Blurg, 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 blurg. Okay, we're back. Anybody can see it from YouTube as well? Just to make sure. I'm trying to head to there myself right now. Let's see. Yep, it says live. Oh, cool. Thank you, Echo Game. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Go here. Close that. We're here. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Seems to be live. We are doing good over here. All right. Perfect. Yep, there I am. Okay. Also, I guess while I'm here, just also to remind people of the fact that, you know, if you want to get some glasses, go to Zenny Optical. Use my coupon code of JCZenny. And then also the Elena shirt that I'm wearing right now, the Elena Third Strike shirt. You can also see more stuff on the back over here. Elena. This is from projectn2.com. And lastly, I want to mention as well, because I keep forgetting, this is only available on Twitch right now, unfortunately, because I haven't figured out how to get it to work on YouTube yet. God, there's a lot of things I need to get working on YouTube. But I always just like, it's the ADHD thing, because like I'm always like, oh no, but I need to finish this. Oh no, but I need to finish this. Oh no, but I need to finish this. And I keep just jumping around all over the place and stuff. And Jasmine's back. Hi, Jasmine. Oh God, there's like 7,000 things that I want to do. Oh God, how do I organize it in my head? How do I get everything done? It's so hard, I swear. But on Twitch, if you actually are on my page, you can at the bottom click on the closed captions, turn that on, and there will be closed captions on the stream. So it doesn't end up in my recording, but if I do something like this over here, just so, you know, maybe some people who haven't seen this yet, you can see here. So I'm just showing you my stream over here, and you can actually see that the closed caption is being printed down here. So for those people who, you know, may have any sort of hearing issues or anything like that. Oh God, it's doing the thing. Stop. Okay. But yeah, I have closed captions available. So you guys can turn that on if you, or if you're just in a very, very noisy area, like out in public, and you just want to see what I'm still talking about, you can do that as well. So there is that. To open this. Okay, anyways, let's hope that the stream does not die again, because it has been dying a lot recently. It's already died a couple of times earlier today, so I'm going to, let's just chill for a little bit here. I don't know if J&V is in the chat, because I know J&V is in the chat. Are you still there? Because I know you've been asking me about like learning the Ed Dream combo a lot recently. And if you actually look at my setup over here, I have Ed currently selected, because I was just, I actually wasn't intending to learn the Ed Dream combo, but it just kind of, I was just like messing with him, and then I just started messing with it a little bit. So I didn't mean to start learning it, but then I was starting to learn it a little bit. So like I have a better idea of exactly how it works and stuff like that. So, which is good, because now I can correct some of the things that I've said on commentary before. But But, you know, I was right, but wrong, but right. In that, you know, when you actually cancel this, I thought you had to cancel it on the very last frame, but you need to cancel it on the second one and not the first or the third one. So that one's not going to be the dream combo right there. That one's going to miss too if I get the timing right. What am I doing? Why did I do that? Jesus. Yeah, and the hardest thing about this combo is, phew, there's really no way for you to actually, like, there's actually no way for you to, like, frame kill to get the right timing and stuff. Like, I just didn't do anything here. There's no way to actually frame kill to get, like, the perfect timings and stuff. Dude, I keep hitting medium punch because I've been playing City of the Wolves so much that I think that that's heavy punch now. See, that's going to bounce twice, so that's not because I canceled on the first frame. So that's first frame as well. So that's also going to bounce twice, so that wouldn't have been the dream combo. So this one's going to bounce twice as well, but I almost hit medium punch again, so I almost did the wrong combo. And it's definitely easier with audio as well. There we go. Twice right there because it was the first hit. Oh, this is going to be right if I can do it. Ah, I missed it. But that would have been the right, that would have been the Shin Dream combo right there had I gotten it right. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. So this is going to be the not dream combo. But again, you have to also get the perfect timing right on the juggle afterwards, which is really crazy here. See, that was too early. Okay, if I can do it. Ah! I don't know if that was too early or too late. I wasn't sure. Okay, that's too early there. There we go. So that's going to bounce twice. And again, it also might be different on different characters as well, because obviously different body sizes affect how this combo works as well. Okay, so that's going to be a double bounce here. Ah, I did it too late. I don't know what the window is for this part. I don't know if it's like a 1 or a 2 frame window, but it could be, you know, it could be that small. I'm not exactly sure. It's really hard to tell with the way that this game does the frame meter and stuff like that. I would actually have to record it and like really examine it very closely here. See, there you go. You get the double bounce on the 3 as well. So that's 1. There it is. So there you go. That'll be 1 bounce right there. So that's the Shin Dream right there. Not necessarily, John. I was just messing with the dream combo, seeing if I can remember how to do it. My stream's been dying a lot. So like it died twice earlier today. So I'm just killing a little bit of time, making sure that the stream stays alive until I think it's safe to start now because I think we've been going for 10 minutes, so I think we should be okay. But my stream has been dying, so let's go ahead and do some talking here. But mostly, what I was doing was I was messing with Ed a little bit because for some reason, like, he's a very strong character, but like, because he has a lot of range and stuff like that, you know, you don't end up fighting Ed up close all that often. And so, you know, I haven't really taken the time to like remember what a lot of Ed's frame data is, you know, like how negative certain things are and, you know, what he's capable of as such. And so I was just messing with him at one point, trying to see, like, you know, just get a better idea of a lot of the frame data, despite the fact that, again, he is not a character that necessarily worries as much about frame data because he doesn't like to be really close. He's really good. He's so good. That standing medium kick is just ridiculous. The fact that they actually let that be cancelable is kind of unhinged, to be honest. Uh, into a giant FGC symbol. What did they? What's an FGC symbol? That's a weird one. Let's see here. Where am I? Why do you think he was once Spider-Man? Because remember, he existed in Street Fighter V. So this isn't like like there's no precedent for the character fighting this way. And he would actually be kind of a boring Spider-Man if this was Spider-Man, to be honest with you. Because this would be so just like mundane, in my opinion, compared to what you could actually do with a Spider-Man in a Street Fighter game. So, but all right, let's actually do official episode here. Where is my thingamajig? It is not there because it didn't come back. So I need to. Whoa! What the hell is happening over here? Why is my Stream Deck fritzing out? Stream Deck, hello. Stream Deck, what is wrong? Okay, there we go. Okay, Jesus, I was just like, what the hell is going on? Oh God, there's all these new versions too that I'm gonna have to upgrade to. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna have some problems over here. Let's hope everything still works. Yes, okay, that shows up here. All right, let's do this. Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, there's been lots of characters before with that kind of concept of the, grabbing and pulling in. I mean, like Scorpion, right? Scorpion's been doing it forever. So, it's not necessarily a Spider-Man thing. Hi, Jasmine. Why are you so stream friendly today? Except you guys can't see her, so let me do this over here. Okay. Whoa. I did not do my hair any favors when I was doing that. Jesus. Okay. Whatever. It's okay. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, I'm looking at my closed caption. Just says, hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi. 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 Good girl. Good girl. Oh, look, Jasmine, I literally just fed you, right? Like, I literally just fed you. So I don't know what you're wandering around here for all of a sudden. Action RPGs? Is that what a RPG is? Like, what game are you stuck in right now? What's the game that currently has gotten a hold of you? Hi. Oof. Hi. Hi. Where are you going, Jasmine? Hi, Jasmine. Hi. Oh. Could you guys hear that? Could you hear the sad plea of the captured cat? Oh, Path of Exile. Okay. I don't know much about that game, but okay. I wasn't aware that like that and Diablo, those are what was considered the action RPG genre. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So, all right, let's go back over here because we need to have the right camera angle for the other view, like so here. Yeah, my brain's feeling very weird right now, and I think I know why. I'm pretty sure I know why, and I think I also know why I'm so goddamn sleepy. Dude, it's so hard because like I'm looking in like a diagonal. Have you ever tried combing your hair in a diagonal view? Like it's almost impossible. Like I'm gonna have to do it this way here. Let's Diagonal is like impossible. What do? All right, here we go. Oh, and this is not a mirror either. This is a straight view, so it's also backwards. So that's confusing me as well. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna have to use my phone for this because I am getting so confused. And also, you can probably tell I'm a little kind of like spastically hyper today, and I think it's because I ran out of ADHD meds, and ADHD meds are always like on back order and stuff, and so actually that would explain why I'm also so goddamn sleepy today. I always notice that when I do not have my ADHD meds, I get very, very sleepy during the course of the days. Hey, Case Money, thank you for the sub. What's up, Archer Carter? How you doing? Basically, yeah, I get really sleepy on days that I don't have my ADHD med, and I can feel my brain right now kind of in this weird hyper mode right now where I'm like I can't seem to, oh God, no. Jasmine, you almost reverted all of my training mode settings back to default. Oh God, that would not have been good. So, let's see here. So let's actually see if I can focus and talk about the subject at hand here. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen. We are going to be talking about Street Fighter 6 a lot today, as well as saying, hello, Jasmine, surprise cat. Mwah. Hi, Jasmine. Shock cat, surprise cat. But we're going to be talking about Street Fighter 6. In particular, that Street Fighter 6 has now sold officially 6 million copies. And while, you know, in comparison to a lot of other games and stuff, 6 million is not huge, you know, like compared to like some of the greatest selling games currently of the time and such. But also, you know, oh God, see, sorry guys, I am not on my ADHD meds right now, and so my brain keeps like shifting between like 17 different things, and it's really kind of annoying. But it is clearly like one of the fastest that Street Fighter 6 has, that any of the Street Fighters recently has sold. In fact, I feel like it was just a while, not even that long ago, that we were talking about like 3 million and stuff. So, you know, thank you, QF McCuncator. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. That's the best I'm going to be able to do. These are from Zenny Optical as well. So if you do zennyoptical.com and you want to buy some cool glasses from there, they even have for some pairs this really cool feature where you can, like, if you have use your phone, like it'll use like AI technology essentially to, you know, you use the camera, focus on yourself, and it'll put the glasses on your face so you can actually look around and like actually see how they fit on your face and stuff like that. It's really neat. See, proper use of AI technology. Again, I'm not completely anti-AI. I'm just anti a lot of the creative arts that it does. Anyways, I'm totally going off topic here. But if you do buy anything from Zenny Optical, please consider using the coupon code of JCZenny, which you can see I pasted right there. Oh, that was so weird. I felt like my hand disappeared because I was like pointing this way, and as I kept moving it, I think I kept accidentally turning my hand in the wrong direction, so it just looks like it disappeared. But that's at zennyoptical.com as well. So if you go to zennyoptical.com, you can actually grab stuff there. So was I the one who used to do the DVD trailers? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I always did. I did a lot of the Evo DVD trailers. God, I did like 4 or 5 of them in a row or something like that. It's not the quality, Mike Jones. It's the concept, because art should be coming from human soul, and like it should be something that is actually like legit created, and it's a talent, it's a skill, it's a learned thing, and the ability to express yourself through art is so important that using AI to generate it from stealing millions and millions and billions of pieces of artwork out there with nobody's permission is wrong, fucked up, and I hate it to death. So that is all I'm gonna say. Fuck AI art. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. But see, the reason why I don't talk about it out of Bort is because that problem is not going to last. That's the problem. The quality of the art being really bad in a lot of ways is not going to be a persistent problem. It's gonna keep improving as time goes. And so if we argue on the quality of the art, that argument will eventually become null, and that's the problem, right? And that is a huge problem, because if we ever get to the point where AI art is almost indiscernible from real art, then I feel like we've lost, I feel like we'll have lost so much of the humanity and society of what makes us human beings, honestly. Because again, fuck AI art, fuck AI art, fuck AI in all creative media, fuck AI art. Okay, all right, back to Street Fighter. Okay. Let's go. Sorry. I'm getting worked up here. Okay. So, yeah, Street Fighter 6 selling 6 million copies in, basically under 3 years is pretty crazy. No, actually, yeah, it is under 3 years, isn't it? Dang. Time, what is time these days? But being under 3 years and selling 6 million units for a fighting game is for a fighting game not named Mortal Kombat. And I don't want to say all this stuff because Max is going to repeat a lot of it, so I don't want to, just say a lot of things that he's going to cover. But Max put out a video entitled "Wait, Already?" in which he talks about this. But then he really kind of goes into a bunch of other topics too about Street Fighter 6. And he hits on a lot of things that I just kind of wanted to add some stuff to. But first of all, absolutely congratulations to the Capcom team, to Street Fighter 6 team for creating this game that is just resonating with so many people. The amount of hate that we see online is it's simply just, anything, the bigger it is, the more complainers you're going to get. Number one, and two, a lot of the people who do complain about the game complain about it out of love, right? They complain about it because they want it to be better. When you see a lot of top players complain like, oh my gosh, I wish this was changed or this was fixed, blah, 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 it's because they enjoy the game, that they still play the game, and they just want it to be even better, right? Now, what constitutes better in a game is the issue right there, because better for just about most people is, how can I make the game more reward the things that I like to do? But that's a whole different topic altogether. That I actually have covered in the past before in one of my videos recently, where I just talk about how, players need to just, kind of understand that we have to accept the game we're playing and, and learn to live within the environment and to take advantage of a lot of the, the stability that the game is giving us, right? Because everyone's like, God, we don't have enough patches for this game. And then 2XKO announced that they were going to have patches every 5 weeks. And then everybody was like, whoa, buddy, where's the nice little in between? I've always said that I feel like Capcom should patch the game after Evil Worlds and then after Capcom Cup, right? But Capcom Cup now being so close to Evil Worlds, it's not a thing, right? Because before Evo was in August, Capcom Cup was like in February, so it made sense. But Capcom Cup is in April this year, and Evo's in June. So like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. So, yeah, exactly. So many other games wishes it could be in Street Fighter 6's position. But let's talk. Let's actually just get a listen to Maximilian's video over here. It's a 10-minute video, 15-minute video, which probably means it'll take me like 19 hours to go through it. But, you know, as I do normally. But, you know, the first part where he talks about like the game sales and stuff, you know, I'll try my best to let him speak most of that because he's got that part pretty covered. But let's go take a look. Again, this is on Maximilian. This is not the thing. This is from Maximilian's channel. I'm sure you guys are all very aware of his channel, which is going to be at Maximilian_dude, youtube.com/@Maximilian_dude. And if you're not already subscribed to him and you're watching me, I don't know what's happening, but here we go. Let's take a listen. Oh, the Alex being released ahead of schedule was actually a mistake. And apparently the press release got patch noted and actually have said, oops, sorry, we didn't mean that. And they pushed it back to the original time frame that they gave before. So that might not actually be a real thing there. So it could also be, you know, Capcom just trying to cover their tracks, but I don't know. Here we go.
But Street Fighter 6 has eclipsed 6 million units sold. And for all the doomers that are out there that feel like every game is actually bad and not doing good, and man, Street Fighter 6 has had plenty of that. A lot of, actually, this game sucks. A lot of, like, actually, it was never good, you know, all that kind of stuff. Street Fighter 6 is now the fastest selling Street Fighter game ever since Street Fighter 2 in the early 90s. It is.
Yeah, and, you know, just to add to this, you know, when everybody these days is like, what are you talking about, man? Like, Street Fighter is bigger today than it ever was. Like, you guys have no idea. Back then, it was so, you know, whatever, blah, blah. Dude, every time I try to explain to people just how big Street Fighter 2 was back in the day, if you haven't lived it, like, the fact that, you know, it sold 6 million copies in 2.5 years and is still not as fast as Street Fighter 2 in arcades and on the Super Nintendo, which I think both of them sold faster than the 6 million, not combined together. I think each individually has sold faster on those platforms than Street Fighter 6 has done today, is an indication of just how big Street Fighter 2 was back in the day. Every time I try to explain to people, they're like, nah, whatever, you know, compared to today. It's like I said, man, like, the way that Street Fighter 2 was back in the day was just ridiculous, man. If you didn't live it, like, I know it's hard to understand and it's hard to believe, but, like, especially during a period of time when there was no internet, like, to have a game be like that kind of feverish was insane. Holy crap. Oh yeah, Pac-Man is still one of the biggest video games of all time.
Forming Street Fighter 4 by a lot now. And that's because the legs of Street Fighter 6 are really good, and legs is an industry term. How good does it continually sell as time moves on? Does it appeal to an audience? Does it still have the ability to get that audience of some kind and sell more copies? So yeah, the game has legs.
Yeah, one of the important things too is that, you know, every time a new character comes out, there's new World Tour content. They keep adding new stuff to it. Like, they keep putting all their, like, even their emulation games, right? They added Nintendo games and all these, you know, different console era games. I think they added Genesis games recently. Oh no, I think they added the arcade Ghouls and Ghosts, not necessarily the Genesis one, which is a shame because the Genesis one is really good. I really like the Genesis version of Ghouls and Ghosts. But not on top of all of that, but the characters have been really cool. right? I know when like Terry first showed up, everyone's like, he looks weird. Or when Mai first showed up, everyone's like, why does she look so odd? And now like Street Fighter 6 feels like one of the best iterations of Mai that I feel like has ever been created, right? Like I think she looks fantastic in the game, and there's like nothing about her that looks weird anymore. So I don't know what it is about Street Fighter 6, but whenever a character comes out, people are like, why do they look kind of weird? And then all after a while, you're like, wait, these characters look amazing, you know? Oh no, Dark Souls is not nothing compared to Street Fighter 2. Dark Souls is nothing compared to Street Fighter 2. Yeah, like the game looks really good. Mai was really interestingly designed. Terry is really fascinating design. And then Viper came out, and Viper was such a really, Viper, I think she looks fantastic. Now, some people have expressed that they think her animations look weird and pointed some moves out, and I was like, yeah, I guess maybe, but I don't know. I've always thought Viper looked really awesome too, so I'm not sure. But I think she looks really cool. I think she plays awesome. I really love what they did with her. Again, Sagat isn't quite Sagat. I just think that they were unable to make Sagat a zoner in this game without making him broken. So, what they ended up doing with Sagat, however, was awesome, because like turning him into true Tony Jaa mode, with turning him into true Tony. What are you doing, Jasmine? Tony Jaa mode, with the elbows and even the Tiger Nexus, which is a severely better, Ken's Jinrai, etc., etc. The fact that Street Fighter 6 has legs, what Max is saying here is very, very true. And is also probably one of the reasons why Capcom hasn't been changing its balance a lot. Now, there was that interview that Nakayama and Matsumoto-san had with Hi Fight, and they were saying, like, it's hard for them to find the right time frame because they don't want to change the game too much during the course of the Capcom Cup season. And again, I 100% agree with that. Like, doing a patch right now would be a very bad idea with Capcom Cup, around the corner, still quite a ways away, but still, you don't want to change it too badly. No, wait, Capcom Cup isn't in April. That's Evo Japan. When is Capcom Cup? Shoot, why do I forget what? Yeah, an SFL going on right now, too. Again, sorry, guys. I didn't have my ADHD meds, so if you're just tuning in and wondering why I'm kind of like spastic and like jumping in all directions right now, this is what happens. But yeah, I mean, the game has legs. It looks beautiful. The characters that keep coming out are super interesting. In fact, I think that Viper, Sagat, and Elena are three of the best characters they've made since the game came out. Like, I think all three of them are really interesting. They're all really unique, and they all have a really kind of smart way to play them. So, and all three of them don't really have crouching medium kick drive rush cancel, right? Like Viper can cancel hers by spending a bar into a high jump into a special move, but she can't do crouching medium kick drive rush still. And so the last three characters released don't have that, and still they design them in ways that they're competitive and interesting, right? Because before, if you just didn't have crouching medium kick drive rush, I felt like it was just harder for you to be top tier, but that just really isn't the case anymore at this point. So, buy it from the Steam store, not from in-game currency. I mean, technically, can't you buy the fight money from Steam? That's how you buy it, right? You buy the coins from Steam, and then you use the coins to... the reason why you hate that is because you can only buy the coins in certain denominations. So you can't just buy the amount that you want to spend on the character. You have to buy extra, and you have extra left over. And it just feels kind of annoying that way. I totally get it. I totally get that. So, so everybody knows, who knows me, Mike Jones, knows that I hate Ingrid, like with a passion. Like, if you wanted me to list like my absolute least favorite Street Fighter character ever created, it's Ingrid. However, Capcom has done such a good job with all these characters, including characters like Ed, who I just never thought was cool or whatever during Street Fighter V, and legit made him like a really neat character. So I have hope. I have hope that they can actually make Ingrid interesting enough for me to not absolutely just be annoyed by this character. You know, for me, I mean, the reason why, you know, she bothers me is because I mean, one, already they changed the way she looks, so that already helps a little bit. But also, you know, if you start going too much into like, you know, because originally her storyline felt like it had a lot to do with like, you know, extraterrestrial alien or like some crazy, you know, facet like that. If you do that and then you have the character also, you know, like just this weird like tiny girl in like a weird dress, and I'm just like, this doesn't fit in Street Fighter. So I never wanted a character like that in Street Fighter. I mean, we already have Karin, and at least Karin makes a little bit more sense because she's just supposed to be Sakura's rival. And keep in mind too that even in Alpha 2, when they first revealed Sakura, I really did not like her either. Obviously, in Alpha 1, I really didn't like Rose. In Alpha 2, I really didn't like Sakura. I was so mad they put like weird random schoolgirl into the game, and I was like, this doesn't make sense, you know, but, you know, obviously they've been around long enough now that it's whatever. But, you know, yeah, and see, that's the thing is like, I don't like the idea of a magician kind of character in Street Fighter. So like I like the idea that most characters usually are based off of some realistic martial arts, and the closest thing to magic we get is, you know, psycho power and soul power, right? So originally I hated Rose, but, you know, eventually she grew on me because of that whole concept of, oh, soul power is the opposite of psycho power. And so, okay, I get it, right? And, you know, M. Bison's going to be all magical and mystical and whatever like that. Fine, whatever, you know, but that's psycho power. That is the evil force, you know, stuff. So, like, I could accept that. But, like, the other thing too is that a lot of Ingrid's original storylines implied like she is like the true embodiment of the power, like Psycho and Soul and Satsui no Hado and whatever. Like she is like the most powerful being in the planet, you know, kind of thing. And if that's the case, like I'm gonna be really frustrated, you know. I'm gonna be frustrated. Well, again, Oro levitating objects. I mean, that's all kind of like that, you know, part of the weird, like. We've seen weird shit like that in like, you know, like martial arts movies or whatever, you know, there's just like, but it's still all painted within this realm within because Oro has talked about, you know, like how the Satsui no Hado is the same as like psycho power and blah, 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 and all that stuff like that. So I guess it's just a lot of the kind of like space stuff that I don't really like. And also the weird, like, she's supposed to be the most powerful being. Any case, I'm going way off topic here. Like I said, it's going to take me 19 hours to get through a Max's video here. Again, they have done such a great job with a lot of the characters that every time they come out with a new character, it is very tempting to come back into the game and try them out. You know what I mean? You always see people like, oh God, like, oh, Viper looks cool. I guess I got to boot the game up again. So, you know, I think it's, yeah, the game has legs, man. And in Japan, it's popular beyond all belief right now. And I know Sajam is doing a lot of work with that too here in America. And, you know, this version of it, you know, I talked about last week with the FGC the FGC Streamer of the Year category from the Streamer Awards, you know, but, you know, having people who can bring a lot of eyes onto the genre and actually show how fun it is to learn and how rewarding it is to get good at fighting games is very important. And so Street Fighter 6 is in a good position, honestly. Street Fighter 6 is in a very good position, but more on that later.
this is legs. It was here the whole time. So there's a few things that we got to talk about. Number one is just overall, congratulations to the team for the success.
Yes.
They've made a genuinely very fun game that isn't completely, you know, removed of issues. We've had plenty of issues with Street Fighter 6 that we've had to call them out on several times as the game has progressed and moved on. But for the most part, the game and the sum of its parts are like exemplary. Like, this is the new absolute exemplary fighting game experience of modern day fighting games.
Yeah, this is very true. And this has to be kept in mind too, because when they first released this game and they were like, yeah, we're going to have this extensive one-player mode and all this stuff, it was like, really? Wow, that's kind of crazy. And it came out and it has the best training mode. They keep adding features to that. The replay takeover, they keep adding features to that. You know, it is like bang for buck, like one of the most extensive fighting games out there. That prize usually used to go to NRS games, which had the best one-player content. But with MK1 being as rushed as it was, they were not able to make all the things. I mean, it's very clear that they were not unable to make it as robust as they have in the past. And so NRS kind of lost that, because MK games and Injustice games used to be chock full of content, you know, with like the crypts and stuff like that. But now that's Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 is it. And yeah, I mean, even to the point where like I can barely play any other fighting games, training modes, you know, without like frame meters and stuff, to the point where 2XKO even put in a frame meter into their game as well. It's they really changed the way that that fighting games should be presented. And the crazy thing is, there's still a long way to go too. They could add a lot more things to the training mode. I should pull out that training mode thread that I had, and I should repost it again, or actually submit it to the Capcom. Like I know there's official ways to like submit bugs or something, or feature requests or something, but I should find a way to do it like an official official avenue to try to get some of those features I want in there.
And that was established like literally over 2 years ago, almost 2.5 years ago now. So that's crazy, dude. They sell enough Gooner bait? Dude, they don't sell enough of it. Those costumes, the crazy Gooner bait costumes that they put out, they only put out for like 4 characters. And there are several more characters that they 100% could have done if they were just leaning in that direction. It also took like 2 years to even get those costumes. Like, that's...
Yeah, so this is also another topic, you know, that we have all been talking about, you know, the costumes, right? We definitely need more costumes in this game. Echo Game, are you talking about my thread on training mode enhancements? It's somewhere on Twitter somewhere. I don't remember where it is. I'm gonna have to search for it myself. So I'll try to find it. If you want, if you're on Twitter at all, send me a DM there. Or you can also join my Discord and send me a message on like one of the suggestion channels or something like that, and remind me to do that, and I will be more than happy to do that. So hang on a second. I know it's not in one of the chats here. Let me get that out for you. There you go. All right. Oh yeah, the how to use the frame data bar. Yeah, I mean, I made that right away, and like everybody found that video to be super useful, and people were like, God, that video should be in the game itself. And, you know, it'd be really awesome if they actually had put that in there. But, you know, this is, I don't even remember what the hell I was talking about. So, you know what? Let's just move on. Oh, costumes. That's right. We definitely need more costumes. And yeah, like, we need more Gooner bait costumes, because as I've always said, like, some people in the chat have already talked about, like, you know, mobile gotcha game strategies, mentalities, and stuff. And I've pointed out in the past before that if we even had whales for the game, there's not enough things in the game to whale. Like, you know, like, the idea of the whale model is that, you know, a very small percentage of people pay for everybody to play the game because they just buy everything because they have a lot of money. Street Fighter 6 frankly doesn't sell enough for the for whales to really have that kind of impact. And hello Arlo VZN, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. So, you know, yeah, we need more costumes, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later on once Max gets to a certain topic here. We are begging Capcom to take our money, and they're like, nah, yeah, exactly. And again, Arlo, there is a huge factor of that we will be talking about in just a little bit. So, oops, this is the wrong window. Here we go. Where am I?
The crazy part of the relationship with the audience, and Street Fighter 6 is a games as a service game, which it technically is. It's an ongoing, continually updating game over time, and there's a disparity here. The disparity is that, dude, people want to buy shit, and Capcom ain't making that shit, right? It's a very crazy relationship, and we've talked about this several times before. I'm just very happy to see, like, the game.
So, to delve into this a little bit further, so let's delve into this a little bit here. Brian F had actually, you know, on Twitter talked about a lot of this, and bless Brian F's soul, because like he is being very outspoken about a lot of the things that he is dissatisfied with, and you know, the issues that he's seeing. And Nakayama-san actually responded to him, you know, and said, you know, one of the issues is that at least the assumption can be made from what Nakayama said, that the game team is different than the esports team, right? And this is where the problem starts to come into play here, because, you know, you can have two teams be different teams with different management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but the communication between these two teams should be like on a daily basis, or they should just be one team. Like, it should just be one team. Because the way that a lot of, you know, that a fighting game in the games as a service model will succeed is that the esports side of thing is an advertisement for the game. You're going to make the money in the game. You're going to lose money on the esports, right? But if you have them separated as two separate departments that have their own budget, and they both need to be successful in terms of profitability, this is where the problem comes in. Because in businesses, if you've ever been in a company, if you've ever worked in a company, you'll learn very quickly just how really stupid a lot of businesses are built. But a lot of it is done very intentionally, because you can't link a bunch of different things with each other, because then problems happen, and if this person fails and it causes another group to fail, and it's not this like, it gets messy, right? And so, you know, businesses end up being structured the way they structured for, you know, safeguarding, for preventing problems, and to be able to, you know, keep certain groups and stuff, you know, within their own little ecosystem. So the thing about it is, by keeping the dev team separated from the esports team, there is no sense of it's okay for the esports team to lose money as long as the dev team is making money benefiting from the esports team. In other words, if the esports team is doing their job well and they're making money for the game, the esports team is still reporting every year at a loss. And if it's reporting at a loss, then it will be, it could be dismantled. Like, we could lose the esports team completely if it doesn't make any money. And this is the problem with keeping them as separate teams, right? And not having them be completely tied together. So even if we created them as two different departments that continue to speak to each other all the time, this is not going to be a long-term solution. The Street Fighter team needs to handle all aspects of Street Fighter. In other words, the esports team and the dev team need to be merged, so that within the group, if the esports stuff they do is helping raise the money for everything that's happening on the game, then that division of the company will be showing profits. Even if it's the exact same profits, game makes this much, esports team loses this much, and like the profit is this division right here, even if we combine them together and that profit is there, at least that's a profit. But if we split it up and this one has this big negative, but this one has a bigger profit, you can't relate the two necessarily. And so the esports division is losing money. And thus we have the situation with the pay-per-view, et cetera, et cetera. So it is kind of a frustrating thing. Yeah. So yeah, the esports team used to be under Capcom USA. So it has always been a different team. There just used to be Ono to bridge them. Yeah, in a way. Plus the other thing too is that the esports team just wasn't as big, right? The esports team now I feel like is really just ginormous. I mean, the fact that they're actually getting the Ryogoku Kokugikan, venue, and having all these crazy Street Fighter League stuff, they are really pushing a lot, but it's costing them a lot of money, right? And we're unable to have the game make up for it. So, going back to the costumes thing and stuff that Max was saying, the budget, there should just be a team that their whole job is to make costumes for Street Fighter 6. And making more expressions that you can use on the versus screen. Maybe making customized win poses specifically that you can get as DLC. Even those versus screens. The versus screen things are really cool. I know I love setting them for every character that I play online. But just adding a lot more of those, adding a lot more sound effects, adding, exclusive titles to DLC and stuff. It's all there. And that they're thinking about it and that's what they kind of want to do. But if they don't have the budget for that and if they don't have the resources for that, it's hard to do, right? And so, which poses? The win poses? The win poses? Daigo musing that maybe they should opt for a cheaper venue if they're having issues making money. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel a little bit too. So Start.gg was bought by Microsoft, Evil Moose, but then they sold them. And then they separated again. I played in LCQ. It was my first major. Finding your pool was a little confusing, but no setup complaints, and they had nice training arena, blah, blah, with 2 setups. Okay. Split makes sense if a company has multiple esports games, but Capcom doesn't have many major esports games other than Street Fighter 6. And even if they did, you would have to... You'd have to establish it first, right? I think the problem is that they're jumping the gun a little too much. They're realizing the esports stuff is doing well. And so they're like, oh, if we made a new Darkstalkers, we could have a Darkstalkers esports. Let's just pretend, right? And so, it would make sense if they had an esports division keeping everything separate. But it needs to be proven first, it feels like. So, if Street Fighter... Because, for example, it would be really cool if Capcom... And, I'm sure they probably really would have loved it if, the Marvel vs. Capcom collections or the, Capcom fighting collections like Vampire Savior... or even MVC2 or something like that started getting bigger because of those collections, and they could run esports for those games as well, kind of like how SNK is running older games at the SNK World Championships, and ArcSys is, trying to include, they had Exert at the last Arc World Tour, Arc World Fight, at our last Arc Finals. They had Exert there as well. Capcom would be really cool if we could add Third Strike and Super Turbo and some other games to it. So you're right, it makes sense that they're separate, but again, like, if they are going to be separate, like, we have to like figure out exactly like how, well, because like a company like Riot is just one company, and like League is like their main thing, right? So it's easy for them to have that cycle, but they need to create that loop in there so that, you know, the esports division is understood to be a division that will be taking a loss constantly, right? Because I tell you right now, the LCS for League has got to be just like bleeding money a lot of the times, unless their advertising can make up for it. But I really doubt that. But the amount of people it brings into their games and such that keep buying stuff makes up for it, right? And so, again, that's kind of how Capcom has to see it. But, you know, Japanese company potentially maybe just doesn't have, you know, because culture and just the way businesses in general are run, like having a division that's just accepted to lose money might be a hard thing to make happen in a Japanese company, honestly. So, right, running more than one game for a pro circuit requires much more resources, for sure, for sure. I think Capcom follows the Ubisoft models of not wanting their own games cannibalizing their own games. Could be. Riot also isn't stupid. That's going to invest a lot of money for a product that won't get a return. Yeah, Riot has that thing where they, you know, have always insisted, you know, like I mean, StarCraft Ghost, I think, no, that was Blizzard, sorry. But Blizzard did it too, where, you know, they have that model of like, you know, if the game's not good, we're not releasing it, sorry, you know. But, you know, it's a different kind of a business model. You know, I don't know if they see the esports division as the giant advertising division that it really is, right? Because that's what it is. The esports division is just a giant advertising division, and that's what it's supposed to be. And so by having that, you know, be able to fund Capcom and then fund Street Fighter 6, and then funding Street Fighter 6 in a way so that Street Fighter 6 can make more money, which is, of course, having more costumes, having more... someone said something about poses. Can you repeat your answer if you did type an answer in there? I don't remember. I might have missed it. But, you know, like, you know, having a lot more options for DLC, you know, even releasing more EX colors, right, that are DLC. It would suck. People would be mad. You're actually hiding, you know, certain colors under, you know, pay, whatever, like, you know, deal with it, right? Like, I mean, the whole get master thing, and then you could get those colors, you know, like, there's already a bunch of colors you don't have, all right? Like, I'm just saying. Oh, yeah. The esports culture is very, very different and new to Japan compared to Korea and China, for sure. So, anyways, let's continue forward here. Otherwise, like I said, we'll take forever.
Game's doing good. That modern day Capcom has effectively found their way, and we gotta thank Matsumoto-san, Nakayama-san,
Yes.
for...
And as much as anything I'm saying here sounds like a critique, etc., again, keep in mind that everything I'm saying here is I want Capcom to make more money. I want them to succeed even more, right? Like, I'm not critiquing them like they're stupid, they're bad, they're messing everything up. I'm like, hey, they should do this because then they could be more successful and they can make more money off of their own game. So again, like, this is me, you know, hoping to help Capcom grow bigger. And, you know, the work that Nakayama-san and Matsumoto-san and the entire team has done for this game is absolutely incredible. I mean, the fact that it is even at the 6 million selling point is a testament to how quality of a good product it is. Again, when the game first came out, everybody's comment about the game was, wow, this is actually a good video game, not just a good fighting game product. It's actually legit a good video game. And that was a huge testament to, you know, the kinds of stuff that the game came with. and all the features and just the robustness of the game. You know, as a video game, Street Fighter 6 is a remarkable product. Like, you could have put all the emulated games in Monster Hunter. I mean, I guess it wouldn't make sense, you know, from a from a lore perspective, but let's just say, right, like you could have put, or like you could have Resident Evil partially take place in an arcade, and then the arcade has just all the old games as an excuse or whatever. But they decided to put it all in Street Fighter because of the arcade factor, the battle hub, and all these things like that. And so it's pretty crazy the kind of product that they've given us here. And, you know, like, all those games that they give us are free. Like, all those emulated games are free. Well, not necessarily. They're also, well, in the Battle Hub, they're free, but they're limited to what's there. But in order to get the ones in your collection, you have to be part of the Battle Pass. That's the word. The Battle Pass. You need to be locked into that Battle Pass. But again, the Battle Pass, like all Battle Passes of, you know, for a lot of games, is one of those Battle Passes that if you just keep completing the Battle Pass, you just keep recycling. So the first time you sign up for it, if you complete the Battle Pass every single month or every single Battle Pass, you know, it pays for itself. It does. It keeps paying for itself. So I've only bought the Battle Pass once. Let's just put it that way. And I've been collecting just about everything that the Battle Passes have to offer. So like, because like I said, I've just been going the whole entire time. Speaking of this Battle Pass, the Ghosts and Goblins Battle Pass is almost, well, not almost over, but close to getting over. So I'm going to have to make sure I get everything there. But again, like, it's just a great product. Like, we're getting a lot of good stuff out here. So absolutely, shout outs to Nakayama-san, Matsumoto-san, and the entire crew that's working on this game. I mean, they've done a phenomenal job. And like, after Street Fighter, what happened with Street Fighter 5 and what we got now is like night and day. And it's amazing. Like, there's no way I would have thought that, you know, like, we could go from what Street Fighter 5 was to what Street Fighter 6 is in one iteration like that. It's crazy.
All of their tremendous efforts in the dev team for actually like making the game reach these numbers. I think what's even crazier is that at this period of time, seeing how many millions of units this game has sold, I still keep reading that there is a amount of folks that are like, oh my god, it only sold as much as Mortal Kombat 1 sold. Jeez, man. Hopefully Street Fighter will eventually get there, you know? And it's like, yeah, you're not technically wrong. I think these games came out in a similar time frame, and yeah, for sure, Mortal Kombat has always eclipsed the sales of literally every fighting game. One day, Street Fighter 6 will get similar to Mortal Kombat 1 sales. But there's a lot to consider there that is relative and comparative.
Yeah, so people don't realize just how much Mortal Kombat sells. Like, you can't compare anything to Mortal Kombat in terms of sales. You just can't. It's just not fair to the game. I think the only fighting game you can compare with is Smash, right? Like, Smash and Mortal Kombat are gonna sell beyond anything any other fighting game. Why does MK sell so well? It's the violence. That's it. Like, the reputation, the violence, and because they've always had really good one-player content. They've always had good one-player content, and that's why you see the backlash to MK1 right now, because the content is the thing that had to go kind of by the wayside. And so a lot of people are upset with the product, right? It's not as good of a product, and they're frustrated by that. But in terms of the storyline, and then, like I said, the gore factor just made it popular a long time ago, and it's just kind of never let up on that. But if you don't realize just how much the freaking, how much Mortal Kombat sells in comparison to everything else since the Street Fighter 2 days, like, you can't make the comparison, honestly.
One thing for you to realize is that outside of specifically Smash Brothers and Mortal
Yeah, there you
Kombat,
go.
the fighting game space is significantly smaller than you think it is.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Max, because I say this all the time. I'm always like, dude, fighting games are a niche of a niche, right? Like, esports is a niche, and fighting games are a niche within esports. So we're a niche of a niche. So, yeah, fighting games, the audience is very, very small. And you know I talk about this all the time when I talk about, commentary and what we're doing and how all I'm trying to do is bring in the people who don't watch fighting games, right? Like, I'm not trying to appeal to the people who already watch, but I have to these days. But in general, I'm always trying to find ways to get people who are less invested in fighting games to become invested in fighting games. Because they're, to me, what we need to get, right? Now, the path to get there is, gonna be different depending on who you talk to and such. And a lot of people have different ideas. Since I'm involved with the esports side of things, my goal is to make it so that, I try to bring in as many people as I can through commentary. But we're small, man. We're tiny. We are a tiny community. Again, Mortal Kombat sells like hotcakes, but like 99.9% of the people that play Mortal Kombat don't even know a Mortal Kombat esports exists. I never see them talk about it within the game. I don't even know if they have like news announcements about the tournaments and stuff like that. I remember how in MK11 they even had like the background specifically for Evo, the background specifically for like certain tournaments. Was that 11 or was that X that did that? But they were more integrated. And again, MK1 was just such a unfortunate circumstance that again was most likely the fault of Warner Brothers making them release the game so much earlier than they wanted to. Because remember, we got the game announced in like for the first time in like at Evo at like August. And then they're like, oh, the game is coming out in like October or something like that. And everyone's like, what? Like, what happened to that whole fighting game practice of like slowly revealing characters? And like, it was too sudden. Like, everybody kind of felt like something was going wrong, honestly. So about the poses, the MTX model is a bit of a slippery slope. It's important to know what to put as MTX and what to keep as earnable through gameplay. For me, a win pose should be in the base of the character, like their jabs and roundhouse. You heard about the... Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. We're going to start with poses and start moving specials. And, well, I mean, you don't want to change anything inside the game. The win poses, I feel like at least is outside enough. But I get what you mean. But versus screen faces, I think that still works. I still think that works. Anyways... will it be such a niche in the future once the International Olympic Committee's efforts in esports matures? If so, maybe you can get a job with NBC Sports as a commentator in time. I mean, I don't know. I'm very torn on Olympics because the Olympics as an organization is not the most admirable organization, I guess you can say. They do a lot of rough things, let's just say. So hopefully, if it does happen or something, that it can be done in a way that works, that is beneficial to us. But again, I'm not going to put any sort of like hopes on that side. Oh, and Joyner says that Olympics pulled out of esports recently as well. Well, there you go. So I guess not. And and again, even if we did that, and let's just say the Olympics went all in on esports, right? So they go all in on esports, and then they have, the league division, they have the fighting game division, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because they're going to have a lot of those other games, potentially, the fighting games are still going to be niche, no matter what, right? The way that fighting games are going to become not niche is if they do it themselves, right? And this is why I was against, MLG coming in a long time ago. and just in favor of, having the scene grow grassroots. It's why I've always been such a proponent of Evo. Obviously things are a lot different with Evo now, and I still think Evo was one of our most powerful tools, but, now there are going to be people out there who have, moral issues with, obviously the new parent companies and such. So it makes the situation a little more complicated. But for me, I've always felt like the only way that you can ever truly break out of being a niche is by doing it yourself. Anytime you rely on anybody else, it's just like, is the whole story of like, well, basically it's like living at your parents' house after you graduate from college, while you're trying to make it on your own. Because at any point in time, the parents are like, you know what? We're sick of you freeloading off of us. Goodbye. And they kick you out of the house. Then that's it. You don't have the core, the fundamentals essentially to keep yourself alive by yourself. You are relying on something else to keep you relevant. And if you rely on something else, that thing can always be taken away, and your scene will basically completely wither, essentially. Okay. All right, let's keep going here.
And what is considered a success in the fighting game space is significantly less units than you have any impression of. Just as a comparison, let's talk about how successful Street Fighter 6 is as a game and what it's doing metric-wise for Capcom. There was another little game that came out around 2021 with perfect timing. Came out at the absolute best moment it possibly could with good netcode and found a brand new audience, and that was Guilty Gear Strive.
Biscoff!
Comparatively speaking, all the previous Guilty Gear games would sell in the hundreds of thousands range, right? I was working a lot with the Arxis USA. I think at the time it was Axis Games, like who the heck published it? And they were really trying to get Guilty Gear XR to like find its audience, right? And we were doing whatever we could to like show that stuff off. I was going to their offices, capturing gameplay, doing cool video stuff before the game.
Yeah, people don't realize how a lot of the niche fighting games out there, they're not aiming for sales in the millions, man. Like, if they can get like to 100,000, like in America, they were like, oh my God, let's celebrate. Break out the expensive wine. Oh my God. Like, seriously, like people, when they were releasing a lot of these games in America, they were not expecting to sell a lot. Which is why obviously the marketing blitz and all that stuff like that for these games are always going to be relatively small compared to, a lot of bigger games. So
game was even out because it looked just so amazing in my opinion, and people weren't talking about it. So I found out later that like for the vanilla version of Guilty Gear XR, anybody want to take a guess on how much it sold? Different versions would come later on that would actually boost its sales and success, but like the initial version of the game, like 250,000, like 500,000, like relatively low numbers, right? 75,000, that's really low. 150K, 300K, like good, that's good. Game sold like 90K. And that wasn't particularly great for them.
That's crazy. I watched this video already, and when he said that it was 90K for the original Guilty Gear Xrd, I was like, whoa, like even that hit me as low. Like I wasn't expecting it to be that low. I was hoping that it'd be, but it makes sense because it is, obviously Guilty Gear Xrd. And like I said, these games just weren't popular. So like part of me was like, God, that's low. And the other part of me was like, that might actually be higher than I would have imagined. But like, can you imagine that, right? Like 90K for the original Xrd, right? Again, these games were not actually like looking to sell, and again, this is, I mean, based on what he's saying, this is including Japan, right? Like this is including Japan. This is not just America, right? This is like worldwide sales, if I'm not mistaken. So again, like fighting games are a niche, man. Like they are a niche. And so, when companies like SNK were like, oh my God, Samurai Showdown sold way better than we thought. You know, that might even be just like 50K units, you know, 60K. I don't know. I don't know how much Samurai Showdown ended up selling. But that game they thought did much better than they intended. There are so many games out there, man. It's hard to be a successful game, especially in a genre that's already considered niche, in a genre that everybody is scared to play, which is why, again, last week when I talked about what a player like Lily Pichu is doing, so that everybody who don't play fighting games are watching her learn fighting games, and her just being like, oh my God, I'm so glad I got into this genre. It's so fun. Oh my God, it's so rewarding. You know, I feel like I keep getting better. Like, you know, it's crazy, right? And you know, I didn't talk about this last week, but I've always had this analogy here, is that when you're learning a fighting game, or even any sort of like competitive esport, but fighting game is kind of like in a unique way. But again, I'm gonna be slightly biased because I'm a fighting game fan. I apologize to all the fans of the other genres out there, but you know, I've talked about stuff like rhythm games, like music games, right? Like I'm a big fan of Guitar Hero. I'm a big fan of, I'm a big fan of Rock Band, and I'm a big fan of like DDR and stuff like that. And the reason why those games are so fun to me is, one, you know, if you just are a music person, that genre just really scratches an itch. But also the other thing too is that when you start getting good at those games, you are legit actually developing a skill, right? I've talked in length about this on the stream before. Somehow it's just come up, but like you can go to a DDR song, like in old school 9 difficulty, old school 8 difficulty, modern arcade DDR, which would be about like 12 or 13 difficulty. You could go to a song that you've never played before, never seen before, never heard before, and you could potentially full combo the whole entire song. Because when you get good at these games, like Rock Band and such, it's just something that you learn and you see and you can just do. Like when you explain to people that getting good at DDR has absolutely zero to do with memorization, people freak out. They're like, wait, what? How in the hell can you do those songs without memorizing them? That's literally impossible, right? No. Like, you develop certain skills and you know how things flow and you recognize certain patterns and stuff like that, and your body will just naturally go in those directions. You know, you're actually learning a skill, a talent, and that's where fighting games come from, right? So, you know, one of the problems with a lot of things, other just regular one-player games is you play them and you learn how to beat that game, but you go play another action game and now it's just a completely different thing. It's a completely brand new thing that you've got to learn, right? And so you're not really learning something. You're just figuring out how to beat this game's thing, right? Even in a Dark Souls game. And again, people are going to yell at me about this. I apologize. Keep in mind that I have beat the entirety of the original Demon Souls. Okay, so it's not like I haven't played the genre before, but you know, you start learning the patterns or you find exploits or something like that. And it's not necessarily, you know, you're not going to run into, so I've always hated this about like all the portable mobile Nintendo DS Castlevania games. You go fight a boss, they always have to put a save point right before the boss because they know you're going to go fight the boss and the boss is going to go, and you're like, what's he doing? And then you die. Like this laser comes, you die. Because like you literally have to die to bosses in order to learn how to beat them. Because you have to know what completely unfair thing they're going to do to you that you've never seen before, right? But like when you're talking about like, a song here in a rhythm game, or if you're talking about, I'm going to fight this other really good player online that I have never fought before, you still have the ability to beat them because of the skills and the strategies and the reflexes and, you know, stuff that you've learned, right? And so when you play fighting games and you actually learn like you actually learn these discernible skills, it is a wonderful feeling. And I keep telling people, like, that's why the initial difficulty of fighting games is worth it, because when you get to that point, you know, the reward is so rewarding. And I've always said the most joy you will get from a fighting game will be when you fight somebody else and you know they're adapting to you while you're adapting to them, and you can feel each other adapting to each other. Like, you just gain a respect, and it just becomes so fun because you're just like, oh crap, he knew I was gonna, oh, he called me out, he knows how to stop that. Well, I'll do this, and then you stop them, and then they stop you, and it just keeps going back and forth, and you're just like, that was sick. You know, like, you just enjoy that. And you don't even, like, I always tell the story about when I played Guilty Gear Strive and I fought a May in one of the hotel floors. And we played like 25, 30, 40 games straight, and we just were doing that, going back and forth. And after the end, you know, like, we got off the machine because he had to go, I guess. And, you know, we were just having our avatars bow to each other all day. Like, for like 5 minutes straight, we were just like bowing and laughing and doing whatever like that. I've never seen that guy again. But the thing about it is, I don't even remember what the win-loss record was. But that's the thing. It's like, the most joy you're going to get out of a fighting game is not you winning all the time. It's you actually playing against somebody who is like, you know, really taxing you and making you have to adjust and think and, you know, outsmarting each other. That is the pinnacle of fighting games. And the reason why I bring this story is because that's what a player like Lily Pichu was doing for so many people. To see that in, you know, to actually see her go through with that. And so when you hear her talk about how much joy fighting games have brought her and how the genre has been, you know, like, God, I'm so glad I've found this genre, blah, 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 blah. That is the most powerful thing that you can have to bring in outside people. And going all the way back to the beginning, that's why, you know, that's what I think is the most important thing, is bringing outside people. Because the fighting game genre is a niche. It's just a niche. And we're always, you know, and obviously there's ways to do it right. Like, putting Ronaldo into your game is not the right way to do it. But, you know, finding ways to have people legit view your game and see the joy and want to learn, you know, is something that we have to have. And so, like I said, you know, even from my perspective for commentary, my whole goal was to make everybody see how passionate I am about this, and to be emotional and talk about why this means so much to me, so that they can see it's something worth investing that emotion into, you know? And I think that's really important. So, sorry, I haven't looked at the chat a little bit here. I never know what the sales are for Sam Show sold 40 to 50K. Well, I mean, dude, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Let's see here. Watching Evo 2017 brought me back. Is that true, B-Boy? That's awesome. That's cool. Let's see. With Souls games, you learn the language of Souls games, which doesn't carry over to fully to other franchises, right? Even if AI CPUs were perfected, you know it won't be the same compared to fighting actual humans. Yep. Who's Lily Pichu? Super, super, super popular VTuber streamer that I think started in League of Legends. Honestly, I don't know much about her history. So when I talk about her, I'm only talking about her from the Sajam Slam, you know, and just the random tweets that I see get put onto my timeline about her talking about a lot of this stuff. But, like, she has 1.6 million followers on Twitter. And I know, like, okay, yeah, whatever. Twitter followers is not actual, like, currency, or, like, it's not, doesn't really mean anything. But 1.6 million? Like, dear God. She's the one who actually fought against Harada in Tekken at Evo 2 years ago. If you guys remember on the stream, or was it last year? No, it was 2 years ago, I believe. I don't remember. 2 years ago. But she actually fought Harada on the Evo stage and ended up beating him. So yeah, she's extremely, extremely popular. And so she brought a lot of eyes to the game than a musician league player. Well, no, it literally was set up. It was an exhibition match between her and Harada. It was literally an exhibition match. Right? I mean, of course that was set up, right? Like that was specifically an exhibition event, like Betty versus Justin last year, right? So, anyways.
But it was in that specific spot. It would go on to sell more because version updates and, you know, Revelator and all that kind of stuff. Relatively speaking, like those numbers weren't exactly what they wanted to hit, but it wasn't bad enough for them to stop development. Even with that little amount of sales, they were able to continue. Dude, even games like KOF 14, as bad as it was, ended up pushing somewhere around like 300,000 to 500,000, I think. I can't remember what the exact figures were because it's been a long time. But even KOF 14 and those numbers selling 500,000 was completely able to establish.
I just want to say, I miss Mien. I think Mien would be cool to bring back, but only if they change the way that she functions, like the way her special moves work, because. Or just make an alternate version just for me because my left-right dyslexia kills me when I try to use this character.
Establish SNK as a brand new fighting game developer and continue making fighting games to this day, you know? To eventually get bought out by, you know, some of the biggest people to buy them out ever. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of folks' impression of what is successful in the fighting game space is compared directly to some of the biggest games out there. And I would like to also share something that is like pretty wild and pretty crazy. A little Dragon Ball game came out not that long ago called Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, right? And it did very well, but ultimately kind of dropped off very hard because the game was kind of designed to be consumed within a few weeks, a month, a one playthrough, and not really played that much more. Here's what's wild. That game ended up selling close to the total units sold of Dragon Ball Fighters after like 5 years. I think it was the first month. Sold pretty much as much as Dragon Ball Fighters, the resident, practically best Dragon Ball game ever made by many considerations, was kind of eclipsing its sales. If it was really well received and it continued, then yeah, it would have absolutely had beaten. It doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. But
that's crazy, dude. 5 years of Dragon Ball Fighters beat by Sparking Zero in a month, dude. Like, that's crazy. That's so crazy. And, you know, people wonder why, you know, like, we try to make fighting games appeal more to casual players and stuff, you know, like, it's hard. It's hard. Like, this is why, you know, whenever people yell at me about like, James, stop teaching fighting game players by telling them how hard it is to play fighting games. No, because like they are harder to play, because if anybody goes into a fighting game thinking that they can get the enjoyment out of it that they get from a Sparking Zero, like, you gotta set them up to know what they're getting themselves into. Does that make it so a lot of people avoid it? Sure, but those people probably weren't gonna get hooked on it in the first place, right? How is it better if you tell people fighting games are easy and then go play it and they can't do a goddamn thing, and like ranked is like the main way to play it, and you go online and you lose like 50 matches in a row because everybody on there is so sweaty, or you end up sitting there for like 15 minutes waiting for a match and you can't even find somebody. Like how does it help like to try to, you know, get people to play your genre by being like, no, it's easy, it's so easy to learn fighting games? Like that's not gonna help, dude. It's not gonna help.
Even games like Dragon Ball Fighters, as big as it was, as massive as it was, pushed somewhere close to like 9 to 10 million units in its entire lifetime, including sales and everything like that. So,
wait, which one did you say?
But even games like Dragon Ball Fighters, as big as it was, as massive as it was, pushed somewhere close to like 9 to 10 million units in its entire lifetime, including sales and everything like that. So, comparatively speaking, fighting games got to try really hard, even in the ones that are as massively successful. What is effectively 5 to 6 million to like a NetherRealm or a Warner Brothers is significantly under the budget that they were looking for. And I would absolutely argue that the expectations internally for something like Street Fighter 6 was lower. It's just lower. Most likely because the budget allocated, the amount of money that Street Fighter got as like a product with its marketing and all that kind of stuff, doesn't come anywhere close to a giant WB game like a Mortal Kombat that has nearly as much as it has, you know? It's also very telling in our fighting game space where I see a lot of even prominent fighting game community members wondering why things aren't as big as they could be, you know? I also see
Yeah, and I mean, I talk about it a lot, but I kind of know why. I'm very realistic about it. So, you know, if you've ever heard me be like, why isn't this fighting game bigger than it is? Like, I just must be in a certain mood at that time because, like I said, I know fighting games are a niche of a niche, right? And Street Fighter 6 being like the most successful fighting game that's currently out right now is still going to be, you know, minuscule compared to the biggest games out there. But again, 6 million units in 2.5 years is absolutely crazy, crazy.
similar sentiment where folks are like, dude, Street Fighter should be bigger. Our numbers should be bigger. There should be more. There should either be more people playing or more people buying the game or more people watching esports or that kind of stuff, right? We should just have more numbers in general with the intention that Street Fighter 6's numbers do not feel necessarily super high. I'm here to tell you they are. The numbers are ridiculously high. In comparison to the things that I have been actively following and evaluating for the past 10 plus years, ever since Street Fighter 4, right? Where it's been it's been my job to see how these games are doing, how people are responding, like all that kind of stuff.
And it's cool too because Max has actually been involved directly with some of this stuff. You know, like you said, he mentions it later on how like Capcom literally hit him up. I don't remember it was this one of this video, but you know, Capcom literally hit him up to do the Assist Me series, right? Or, you know, he said he was working with Exerd, etc., etc. He's been involved in a lot of this stuff, so he knows the real information, right? This is not just, you know, sources tell me kind of thing. Like this is he's seen it, and like he said, it's his job in a way to keep track of a lot of this stuff. So again, he is, you know, neck deep in this stuff. So this is not just believe me, bro. Like this is real shit. So
Street Fighter 6 is doing.
Which part isn't true? Which part isn't true? Are you talking to somebody in the chat, or are you talking about what Max just said?
Insane. The amount of numbers that they post on a daily, the amount of people that seem to be playing the game that are not just specifically playing it for like online ranked, which is a probably large amount of a lot of folks, but they actually have a fighting game that people want to continue to play, that they just want to engage with in some way that isn't just queuing into a ranked grind, you know? There's a lot of things that you can do in it, which is a big deal, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of addressing that here too, right? So, but the thing is, they market it in a better way, right? Like they didn't market it by trying to appeal to a crowd that wasn't going to respond, like soccer fans, you know, by reaching out to, and he'll discuss this later on, VTubers in Japan or really popular streamers in Japan. Like that was kind of the smarter way to do it, honestly.
No, 6 million units isn't the most for a Street Fighter game ever. No, that's going to go back to Street Fighter 2 Arcade and Street Fighter 2 on the Super Nintendo for an individual version. Right?
Yeah, see, that's crazy. See, again, people don't know how big Street Fighter 2 was. Like, even 2.5 years, Street Fighter 6 in this big internet era and everything like that, and Street Fighter 2 in the arcade and on the Super Nintendo sold faster in an era where there was barely an internet. Right? Like, we were still using, you know, 15K modems and shit like that. Like, you guys have no idea just how crazy big Street Fighter 2 was back then. Like I said, I was the right age to have experienced it and to really be able to see just how popular and big it was.
And we would be about the second version into the game right now. We'd be about through the second version. So all I'm saying is that everyone's expectations from most...
And actually, we would practically be in almost the third version already. No, I guess 1 year, 2 year, 2.5. So 1 year, 2 year. We would be in the third version by now. Because if you actually look, like Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 came out like 1 year after each other. Like, it wasn't that long, honestly. I don't know what the difference between New Generation, Second Impact, and Third Strike were, but the versions came out a lot faster than we think, and it's weird because back then it seemed like it took forever, and nowadays it feels like a year season like goes by so quickly. But yeah, each season, if we're in the middle of the third season of Street Fighter 6 already, we'd kind of already be in the third year. We'd be in the third version of Street Fighter 6 already.
Folks that don't necessarily have the perspective of what makes a successful fighting game and what constitutes a successful fighting game all have these ideas that like we could be bigger, things could be bigger, we should have more. And for someone with this like perspective from the fighting game community, y'all are doing so good right now, bro. Y'all are doing so ridiculously good right now. Just chill, you know? The game.
And I'm really glad he states that as well, because, you know, the point of putting people into perspective oftentimes feels like we're trying to poo-poo on people's excitement and like, oh no, we suck, you know, kind of thing. But that's not what it is. So I'm really glad that Max had this part to say that, like, look, I'm telling you that yes, it's nothing compared to other things, but in terms of where our genre and where we come from, we are doing fan-fucking-tastic, right? And I think that's really good.
Is likely the healthiest fighting game we've seen in a very long time. Like, I'd say since Dragon Ball FighterZ and Mortal Kombat 11. Since, no kidding, pre-pandemic, I think Street Fighter 6 is the most successful player base and everything, like, fighting game that has launched in the past 5 years.
Yep.
Like, actual 5 years.
Yep.
And then there's wild success stories, like, somebody just argued, was Tekken 3 the best-selling fighting game of all time that was, like, not a Smash or Mortal Kombat? And yeah, it was, until Tekken 7 beat it. Tekken 7 ended up selling more than Tekken 3 in the end.
It's also because Tekken 7 existed for like 29 years, but that's a whole nother story.
True, massive success story. People sort of don't understand how big Tekken 7 was, which is why, you know, some of the stuff that's going on with Tekken 8 right now, that game's gonna have to go through some changes still. They're still going through changes, you know what I mean?
At 6, you can finally stop dreaming and start driving.
All I gotta say is that I don't have the time personally to invest every waking moment into any one single fighting game. I'm a grazer, bro. I have to graze like everything and be good at everything without actually playing it. And at least Street Fighter 6 is a game that, yeah, I can see its issues at high level 100%. But the crazy part about it, with the success that it's had, is that the game holistically has not really changed that much since it came out. For 2.5 years, Street Fighter 6 is still the game it kind of was when we were first playing those betas back in like 2022. Like, let's be real, like, we played a lot of that beta, and I've put like 500 to 600 hours, and you many more, into these games, right? And bro, even in comparison to the beta, things have had minor adjustments on some characters and stuff, but really, like, it is the same game. And it has managed to sell and perform as good as it has from like a competitive environment, from the sake of it having viewership and all that kind of stuff. It hasn't even gone through its big shakeup yet, right?
Yep.
Is that going to happen? I think it will. And I thought it was going to happen in this latest season. It didn't. So I wouldn't be surprised if it possibly does in the next. But yeah, would you have wanted more changes? Sure. I like shakeups, man, just in general.
Same, Max. I do as well. It's hard because, like I said, one of my biggest issues is that one of my biggest issues. God, what the hell was I even talking about now? Shit, what the hell did Max just say?
But yeah, would you have wanted more changes? Sure. I like shakeups, man. Just
okay. I like shakeups too, and again, for those who just tuned in, I haven't had my ADHD meds. I'm out of them right now, so I am, you know, now that when I don't take them, I can tell. I can definitely tell when I haven't taken them. But I like shakeups as well. However, the biggest problem right now with fighting games and shakeups and stuff like that is something that I have mentioned many times on Twitter before. Track the damn changes in the game itself. The game itself needs to have a section just called patches, patch history. And all that stuff that's on the website need to be in the game with little demo videos that show what the change is. It actually, I mean, I heard like Ed has one thing in his tutorial video that they changed in the patch, and they're like, you can use the kill rush back to avoid things, and like he would get hit in the demo video or something like that because it just wasn't true anymore, right? Like, the games themselves have to have it in there. And so that way, if I played Street Fighter 6 during the first season, and let's say I played it and I'm like, you know what? I don't really like a lot of these characters. I don't like Drive Rush. I'm done. And then in season 3, Viper comes out and you're like, holy crap, like I love Viper, oh my God. And she's like, has execution, I'm back, baby. And you come and play, like, you should be able to go inside the game and go like, what has changed since you last played? Like, it's not gonna detect it, but like you should be able to see like, here's a change between season 1 and season 2. Here's a change between season 2 and season 3. You should be able to click those videos. Like you can just check the 1, 2. Oh, we added wake up drive reversals. Now perfect parries must be done while holding back or down back. You can't just do it in any direction. You know, like there should be like videos and little tutorials on each one of those changes. And then you should be able to go pick every character and go pick a version, pick another version, and then it'll list all the patches that the character has gone through. Right? Because let's say you used to punish Honda's headbutt at -4, you know, with a 4-frame button or something like that, or you knew that you could, you know, you can't reach him necessarily with a 4-frame button, but you knew you used to be able to throw out an 8-frame move or a 8-frame move, and you would be able to trade or whatever like that. And now all of a sudden you're losing. You're like, why is this happening? And so I could actually go to Honda and pick the version that I last played, and then pick the version that I'm currently playing and go, give me all of his patch notes. Patch notes comes up and you just click play all, and it shows a video of every single one of those patch changes, right? Like, this is what the fighting game has to have. So again, as well as Street Fighter 6 has done, and they have spoiled us with so many features like the replay takeover and the training mode, etc., etc., there's still a lot of things that need to be added to these games. And I've talked about this before. Like, I know it's expensive and I know it takes a lot of work to make these things, but like, I feel like that's crucial to help people come back and continue to play and to be able to keep up with all the changes. Like, I'm sure one of the reasons why Capcom hasn't really shaken the boat all that much is they're scared to. Because if they shake it a lot, then, you know, the audience out there that's not used to the idea that these games can change so drastically are just gonna be like, WTF, dude? Like, what happened to, like, why is this different? I was fine with how it was, right? Because the people who are complaining the most about throw loops and drive rushes and all that stuff like that are like the minority, because they're the esports players and the people playing very, very competitively. It's a very dangerous thing to try to do for a game that's this big and popular. But like I said, if you can have something at least in the game that, you know, talks about what the changes are, shows them what it is, etc., I think it's a little more palatable, especially if in the game itself, it's like, the reason why this was changed is because in the highest levels, this would happen, and, you know, people felt like blah, blah, blah. Like I said, it would take a lot of work. Hell, Capcom, freaking hire me and I will just go and make every single one of these videos. I will backlog them since the very, very first day, and I will just sit there and just make all these videos for you guys to put into the game itself, you know, just so we can have that kind of information there, because I think it's so important, you know? Like instruction manual PDF built in. Yeah, probably, but I mean, again, you know, that's a little dicey because I don't think people would be able to, I don't think it would be as useful, maybe. I mean, it depends on what's in there. It just really depends on what's in that. in that, honestly. Having videos of the changes, logs of the changes in the game would be great. Sometimes we get some time away from the game and the muscle memory is still there, but things don't work because they changed. Being able to have a reminder of what changed while playing would be good. Yeah, and again, like a lot of times you would just do like, wait, this combo used to work. Why doesn't this work anymore? And if you go to your character and go like, here, like, please play me a video of all the changes since then, and you can just see like between every patch, like what changed, and you'll be like, oh, weird, they took this away. You know, at least you would know, kind of a thing. So, you know, it's if, you know, what my suspicion is that, you know, Capcom is justifiably worried about shaking up the game too much because it is doing so incredibly well. You know, one of the ways that you could actually make it a little bit easier for casual players to process is to have that. Like, the game itself should just detect if you haven't played the game since an entire patch cycle, or it just has a 4-month like time measurement, right? Like, so you turn the game on, it says you haven't played the game in blah months, right? X months or greater. Do you want to see what has changed in the game in the patches section of the game? You can just say no and just go play. But like, if you, at least the game will tell you that something's different, and you can say yes and be like, do you want to see system changes? Or, you know, here's your character with your highest points in ranked. You know, do you want to see this character's changes or something like that? Like, I think that would be really, really helpful, honestly. Written instructions more helpful to me than video. It depends on the person, I guess. Yeah, it's always going to be dependent on the person. Always. Videos do take too long. Yeah, but again, sometimes the reason why videos I think is important is because some of these changes are hard to visualize, right? Especially when they're written like, you know, oh, the upper limit of juggle, you know, of the air combo count, you know, has increased. And you're like, what the hell does that mean? But if you just had like a little accompanying video that showed like this juggles now and this juggle doesn't anymore, or this didn't juggle before and now it does, like, that's why the videos I think are helpful, right? So it doesn't have to be, you know, like super slow ass video or whatever like that, but it'll work for basically both, right? So like you could have it all in text and just have the video cycling on the side, like kind of like in the move list and stuff. Right, the player numbers aren't really dipping, which tells me that most people are content with the state of the game. Okay.
General, I think from me personally, like, it's doing just fine. So it's not like they need to shake things up a little bit. Just having something like a refresh to interfaces and menus, which is the entire point of what we did on MVCIB, made it feel completely new because everything looked a little bit different, right? Even fresh things like that will do a lot. Not to mention like mechanical shake. Everything looked a little bit, which is the entire point of what we did on MVCIB, made it feel completely.
They changed what was on the TVs in the background. That's hilarious.
Completely new because everything looked a little bit different, right? Even fresh things like that will do a lot. Not to mention like mechanical shakeups, right? We're not adding a V-shift or anything like that anytime soon. That has not happened. But there absolutely should be some sort of consideration made of like, okay, so is this the time to do it? Is this not the time to do it? What do you mean by shakeups? So your core fundamental understanding of the game will be challenged. It'll still mostly play like 90% the same game, but for some people, they could come back and play Street Fighter 6 with a update that changes mechanical differences, like a mechanical update that adds something or changes something, maybe makes the game a little bit less crazy guess heavy on Oki and stuff like that. Sure, that could happen. Maybe throws aren't as powerful in some way. Yeah, that would change stuff a lot. That could be a thing that would shake the game up, that would sort of reevaluate of, okay, so what do I need to do here, you know? And some fighting games go through that like once or twice a year, man. Street Fighter 6, I think, has gone the most unchanged of like most fighting games I've seen in a very long time. And
God, I can't believe it's been going this long without that big of a change. So, people who aren't content with the game aren't complaining on social media. Yeah, in general, people aren't as quick to post positive feedback, and certainly not as regularly. No one out here going, just making another topic on the Street Fighter 6 Reddit to let you know I'm still having fun with the game 3 months after my last topic to let you know I'm having fun. Yeah, unfortunately, that is a lot of how it works.
Now the question is, should it? Considering what happened to Tekken 8 recently, which has arguably the worst shakeup in its Season 2 update. But there,
Dude, Tekken 8 Season 2 patch could have such ginormous ramifications that we aren't thinking about. Like the fact, and again, I have never seen such a united front from top players to just casuals, like hate on a patch so uniformly, like in my life. And the reaction that Tekken 8 got with that Season 2 patch could have sent shockwaves throughout the scene. Because, I mean, there's a lot of game companies out there that are probably like, you see what happened to Tekken? We're not doing that. You know, like, we're going to leave the game exactly as it is because people are okay with it right now. Like, that Tekken 8 Season 2 patch could have been one of the roughest things that has happened for our genre in a long time. Honestly, like, oh my God.
there's a lot of underlying reasons behind that. There was a whole bunch of reasons, and that was not a common occurrence. I don't think that would happen to SF6. I really don't. That being said, I am anticipating that at the end of this season, stuff like that could happen. It could, outside of getting more characters and all that kind of stuff. But it's clear that it doesn't necessarily need it, you know? And to be real, like, even if Street Fighter 6 went on and kept things mostly tight, and they just work on character changes and all that kind of stuff, yeah, I think they would still be doing just fine, you know? Here's what's wild. Just gonna throw this out.
Okay. So I kind of wanted to do this really quick, just a little bit here. You know, because we're talking about this idea of, you know, shakeups and changes and stuff like this. And I kind of wanted just to put in one section kind of like the key things that I really do feel like that they should do to help Street Fighter 6. And again, the way that I view it is a lot differently than how a lot of people currently view it, right? You know, throw loops are too strong, drive rush is too strong, etc., etc. You know, there's a lot of issues that a lot of people have with the game right now. And again, justifiably so. And I'm not saying that they're wrong because I'm literally going to try to help fix a lot of the problems. But I also don't think that they're looking at what the right problems are, right? So, like, for example, Keats had that very famous video, you know, where he was talking about Killer Instinct and people complained about, you know, Jago's instinct mode. And they were like, it's too strong, it's too strong. And Keats was like, I don't think that's what the problem is. I think it has more to do with just the fact that, you know, Jago had no weak distances. Like, he was too strong. The wind kick was too good, blah, 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 blah. So he nerfed the wind kick. He didn't do anything to the instinct mode. And then nobody ever complained about the instinct mode ever again. Like, they just stopped because now it wasn't, the instinct mode was exacerbating what was making Jago good. Now it was also helping make up for some of the things that Jago lacked, right? And this is the problem with a lot of people, how they want to balance the game. You know, they're always like, oh, you know what? I think we would be better off removing drive rush completely. I'm like, sure, if you want to make the game boring and play exactly like Street Fighter 5, yeah, that's great. You know, like, nothing wrong with Street Fighter 5, but like, no, we don't want to make the game play exactly like the last game. No, stop, right? Like, I even tried to do that to Cross Tekken. I was like, this is how I would patch Cross Tekken, and I realized I was turning it into Super Turbo, and I was like, well, okay, never mind, kind of thing, you know? And so, you know, honestly, I don't think anything in particular in Street Fighter 6 is broken. And in fact, in my opinion, I think the most broken thing in Street Fighter 6, okay? The most broken thing in Street Fighter 6, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by me saying this, the most broken thing in Street Fighter 6 are level 3 supers. I think that's the most broken thing in Street Fighter 6. because it exacerbates everything that happens in the game. Because anytime something happens and you have a level 3 super, which min scales to 50%, which means you lose 2,000 damage, like right there, like 2,400 damage or something like that on the spot, if it's a CA and stuff, I really do think that level 3 supers are one of the biggest problems. Because, again, like, why are throw loops so broken? Because I throw loop, I shimmy you, and if I shimmy you and I have 3 levels, you die. You die. If I hit you with a drive rush, a raw drive rush that you tried to check and you couldn't check it, and now I do all this extension and all these things that I do, like drive rush, crouching medium drive rush, oh, it increases the scaling so much, the level 3 will still kill you. The level 3 will still kill you. Perfect parry something, super annoying, drains your, makes it so that you do way less damage. The level 3 still kills you. The level 3 still kills you. And everything combos into it. It's so much easier to combo into a level 3. The fact that Ryu can anti-air you with a Dragon Punch into level 3 and you die is just like, what is happening here? Like, what? Like the fact that Ryu can legit just do that. Like you jump and then you lost like 50% of your life. Honestly, I really think the biggest problem in Street Fighter 6 is the level 3 super. Because if you took that away, all the things that you're mad about wouldn't feel as painful, because the result isn't you suffering as badly as you are now, right? And like I said, it's much easier to combo into a level 3 than it is a level 1. I would have preferred it if they just completely swapped the requirements between level 1s and level 3s. That like all of your specials cancel into level 1s, but not level 3s. Like I actually think that would make the game a little bit less volatile. But the level 3s, I feel like, are one of the most volatile things out there. The characters that rarely use the level 3s is because their level 2s are more broken than that, right? So, that's a whole different story. That's an individual character balance change, honestly. However, I don't expect them to change any of that for the level 3 stuff. So, like, how would I fix this kind of thing? I mean, first of all, I would lower the min scaling of level 3s. Right now, it's 50%. I would lower the min scaling of level 3s to 40%. Leave CAs at 50%. So, CAs, at least you have to be close to death to be able to land something like that. So, and CAs, they're supposed to feel powerful, whatever. But I would lower that to 40% maybe. Maybe make the, all right, even, I don't know, like maybe even lower the min scaling to 35%. And then leave level 2s at 30% and raise the min scaling of level 1s to 25% instead of 20%. Because the problem with level 1s right now is that they're so weak. Like, I love the fact that Dhalsim has a reason to just keep using his level 1s. Because 1, his combos are short. And 2, like, his level 1s just feel like they just do a lot of damage for some reason. But I would rather see a Street Fighter 6 where people are throwing out level 1s and level 2s way more often and only using a level 3 because they just kind of ended up there and they have it, so why not? Let's use it, right? Like, I really feel like it would be a lot stronger if the game, we got to see level 1s a lot more often. Again, I love what they did with Viper and Mai. Again, adding to that, Sagat, they made his level 2 super useful. Love that as well. No, Mai is not the result of making level 1 stronger. Mai is the result of they gave her everything. they gave her every goddamn thing that you could possibly want in the game. It is almost like nothing to do with her level 1 power-up. her level 1 power-up's not even, like, I don't even think it's cheap. I don't even think it's broken, you know? I like the fact that she wants to use her level 1 more often. Yeah, and you know, you only do a level 1 if you want to try to wake up and you don't have a ODDP, which it still doesn't even beat meaty projectiles, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly. My Without Flame Stocks is still top tier, absolutely. So, you know, again, like I think, well, the reason why Brux up is because they didn't want you to be able to go through projectiles with level 1s, in neutral, like, you know, throw a fireball level 1 and then go through and beat it. Because in the original beta, you could. In the very first beta, level 1s were invincible also to projectiles. And so every time someone threw a projectile, you just like level 1 supered them and they would die. And it was just like, oh, this kind of sucks, right? Like, this is kind of annoying. So, you know, it would be nice, you know, they didn't want to do that because they didn't want to weaken projectiles too much. Maybe having it so that it is projectile vulnerable the entire time is too much. Maybe having like 2 frames of projectile invulnerability at the beginning, because then you wouldn't be able to get through a projectile unless they were right up close to you. The reason why I hate that system so much is because then people who have projectiles are considerably stronger in terms of being able to meaty somebody in the corner with a projectile, because now if they don't have an ODDP, they can't level 1, they can't throw, they can't, you know, there's a lot of things they can't do, right? So, don't most fighters use level 1 weapons to check drive impacts while burned out? Yeah, they do, but again, that's a desperation mode, right? You don't want to get burned out in the first place. So it's not, you know, it's not like, hey, they're super cool because, you know, like, you know, that shouldn't be how we think about the level 1 supers. Right, that's not really a check, it's more a survival option. So again, I think level 3 supers are the problem. So I would lower their min scaling a lot. And you know, it sucks because in Street Fighter 4, whenever you did these combos into ultras and the ultras just did pathetic damage, it was always very sad looking, and we could end up in that situation again. So I think lowering just level 3s to 40%, and then maybe even leave. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Level 2s were at 40%, and level 1s were at 30% min scaling. That's what they were at. So I would almost just put level. I mean, honestly, like, maybe you just make all 3 levels of supers min scaling at like 35% or something like that. You know, just put them all in the same level, except for critical arts, which get to be either 40% or 45%, or just leave it at 50%, or move them all to 40%. I mean, if you move them all to 40%, the game would get kind of scary because level 1s then would actually do like a little bit, but they're already just at 30% anyway, right? So if they're at 30%, like getting them to 40%, it's not going to be that much of a difference because level 1s are generally not very strong in the first place, right? Anyways, it's just one of those things that you'd have to test out. But I would lower the min scaling of level 3s because I think that exacerbates a lot of the problems. Does that solve everything? Not even close, right? Like, because we still want to solve a lot of the problems out there. So like, one of the number 1 problems obviously is raw drive rush, that everybody hates that. And again, you know, look, if you've even watched me for like twice, I've probably mentioned my drive rush fix on the stream a million bazillion times. So I'm sorry if I repeat this, but I just kind of want to be thorough. Again, I don't think raw drive rushes are broken. I think the issue with them is that there is too much reward and too little risk, especially when you think about the resources being spent. If I raw drive rush at you and I hit you, I get an easy confirm combo that I can link into something that I couldn't link into before, so that already inherently makes the combo stronger. And then I can drive rush cancel 1 time, and that will burn 4 bars, 1 for the drive rush, 3 for the drive rush cancel, to add on extra damage. And then if I felt like just dumping everything that I have, drive, rush, cancel again into a level 3 to kill you, right? So I have the ability to do an easy confirm, 2 drive, rush, cancels into a level 3, right? And even without any of the drive, rush, cancels, I usually get a better combo than normal because I get +4 on the hit stun and I can do more damage anyway. Now, if you look at it from the defensive side, if you're trying to stop a drive rush, if someone drive rushes at me, you usually have to check them with like one of the longest range buttons that you have. A lot of times those buttons aren't cancelable. You throw out the move, you hit them, you don't really get anything out of it, right? So most of the times you'll pick not your longest range move, but your longest cancelable button, so you can actually try to do some damage. But because you're hitting them from so far away, you don't get an easy confirm. And if you hit them, you usually have to just cancel into a small thing, and you get like a tiny little bit of reward out of that. So if you do the thing that you're supposed to do to drive rushes and check them properly, which is already risky, because there's also drive rush into special move or drive rush into the move that backswing blows and like blows you up for checking. So checking drive rushes is already super hard because the actual drive rusher has way more tech than you do on the defensive side, right? And so even if you do manage to check their drive rush, your reward is usually very small. So you're like, well, just like the other side, I can drive rush cancel to extend for the damage. But the thing is, you have to drive rush cancel to extend for the damage, right? Whereas the other guy, I can hit you with a drive rush pow, and now I can normally link it. Now I can link into a standing heavy punch that I wasn't able to do before, and the standing heavy punch leads to a version of the special move that launches or whatever, and I can get more damage, right? But you're hitting this guy out of a drive rush. You get like a counter hit, and that's like it. And usually you have to cancel into the special move right away. You don't get to link into something or whatever. And so you basically get less damage, right? Because the only way to get damage is if you drive rush cancel it. And so you drive rush cancel after the first button, which scales your combo almost instantaneously and spends 3 bars to do the same amount of damage that the drive rusher does with 1 drive impact, with 1 bar of drive gauge. They raw drive gauge, they get X amount of damage. You can only get X amount of damage by drive rush canceling your check and actually getting X amount of damage. Now, the drive rusher, if they want to extend the damage after spending that 1 bar, they drive rush cancel 1 time, and they still have 2 bars left, and they can extend the combo into more damage. Whereas you on the defender, if you hit them with a kick and then drive rush cancel, if you want to extend beyond X amount of damage and you drive rush cancel again, you've burnt yourself out. You've burnt yourself out to extend for extra damage because you already have to spend 3 bars to get X amount of damage that they get with just the drive rush. So in order to match their damage, you have to spend 3 bars. And if they want to extend their damage, they spend 4 bars. And if you extend your damage, you spend 6. You're burnt out. So again, the risk reward is not in your favor. So what I've always said that I would do to fix the raw drive rushes is that if you raw drive rush, if you hit the enemy, they stagger forward. I don't know how far. That'll be tests that we have to have. But just like in Third Strike, if you sweep someone who dashes forward, they don't fall back. They actually fall flat on their face, right? Which looks really cool, by the way, because it just makes more sense from a physics standpoint. And so I think it makes sense if you check someone out of a drive rush because they're coming so fast forward that if you hit them, they stagger forward because their momentum is so high. And then instead of giving you a counter hit, you don't even necessarily have to give him a counter hit at all. You don't even have to give him a punish counter. Just make it add 4 extra frames, 4 extra frames of hit stun. So now on the defensive side, I get to actually, and plus I don't want it to be a punish counter because then you would drain even more drive gauge off of the drive rusher who already had to spend 1 drive rush to get to you. So I don't want them to lose more because of a punish counter, because then it would make raw drive rushes almost useless. Like you just won't do it because it's just not worth it, and that's not the goal. right? So if you just make it so that you just get 4 extra frames and they stumble forward, now I get to do the same thing. I can hit you with a long range move. I don't even care if it's cancelable, because I hit you, you stagger forward, you're right next to me, I get 4 frames of extra hit stun. Now I get to link into my cancelable move as easily as you get when you drive rushed at me, and then I get to burn 3 bars for extra damage exactly the same way the drive rusher does, etc., etc. And still, I think the raw drive rusher has an advantage because of all the tech, like the backswing blow kind of things, like Bison drive rush and the scissor kick blowing up checks and stuff like that. So it's still kind of risky to try to check a drive rush, but if you do manage to do it, if you fight the people who just drive rush you all day and you're like, don't you want to learn how to play neutral, you freaking neutral skipper or whatever like that? I mean, like, they can't get that punished, so why are they playing wrong? They're playing the game absolutely right, you know what I mean? So, like, let them do that, you know? So, I think if you just change it so that they take more damage if you do successfully check them, and it's easier for you to do combos, I think that just fixes the issue completely. Like, and then, because everybody's like, just get rid of the freeze, turn the freeze into actual time instead, or do this, or blah, blah, make them come out. Dude, you do any of those changes and you've just destroyed the entire game. Because the entire game, like, when you actually test this game and study it as much as I have, drive rush canceling into the next button is so precisely calculated. Like, the amount of hit stun that moves do, whether the move cancels on its first active frame or is forced to drive rush cancel on its second or third active frame, to force it so that certain things will combo or not combo off of a drive rush. And if you change any of that, you have broken the entire game, right? If you, like Kimberly, if she does the heavy vagabond punch launcher, you can drive afterwards and hit with a 5 frame button. But if you 4 frame button, 5 frame button, you can hit with a 5 frame button. Anything slower than that doesn't combo. Like, it just doesn't hit. A 6 frame button misses, right? So they've intentionally designed so much around how the drive rush cancel moves and freezes and everything that there's no way for them to change any of that without destroying and blowing up the entire game. So if you just change it so that they get damaged more when you hit them, people are going to use it less. Like, that's just how it works. That's just how it works, basically. Let's see here. What are you guys saying over here? See, but then OD fireballs oh no, that's a different thing. That's not really a chess. Sounds like an issue exacerbating. Bringing them closer together would be an interesting change, if anything. They don't cost enough in terms of drive gauge. If you made raw drive rushes cost more, the game would get really boring really fast, I think. If you nerf raw drive rush, characters with already poor drive rush would get hit the worst. In my opinion, the changes that Street Fighter 6 needs are almost all character specific. Yeah, I agree with that, and I would buff those characters. So 100%, yeah, the characters with the worst drive rushes would have to be buffed in accordance to that. But it's a safety check to make sure that nobody's drive rush will ever be egregiously powerful, right? And that's one of the concerns that we have right now. Why not make successfully checking a drive rush result in a punish counter? Running into a punch or kick really hurts in real life, so making a successful check. Because it's not good enough. It's not, if it's just a punish counter, it's not good enough. Because it's not gonna change anything. Like, you still don't get an easy link off of it. You still have to drive rush cancel right away to try to get something good. You know what I mean? Like, it's still not balanced enough. It's still not enough to make it so that people will stop drive rushing, because they will just keep drive rushing at you. A little extra damage and 2 more frames of hit stun isn't going to be enough to discourage what people are doing right now. That's kind of that's why I don't think a punish counter is enough. Right. The simple reason is that Capcom wants players to be more aggressive. And again, with the change that I've implemented here, it makes it so that nobody is weaker offensively. You can still be just as aggressive as before. You can still drive rush in the same places, etc. You haven't nerfed drive rush on the offensive side, just on the chance that somebody checks it. Now, I may have to add in extra caveats that projectiles don't make you reel forward, because if you drive rush into a sonic boom or a fireball and then reeling forward and the guy gets to kill you, like that might be a little too much. So maybe not projectiles. But you know, in general, I think that would work. Now, would that result in some really messed up scenarios where maybe someone does end up too powerful? Probably, but then we balance it and check and try to, you know, work at it basically. As a Tekken player, I see the word aggressive, and I think that must be an awful idea. In my opinion, the problem with punish counter for drivers, such characters like Ken could just mash HK and win. What about if you don't have an EX reversal, your VREV costs 1.5 bars? I mean, you know, like I certainly wouldn't complain about that idea because I definitely am really suffering as not having it. But again, I don't even think that's good enough, because the characters who can actually ODDP in between crouch medium kick drive rush cancel, they still have such a huge advantage over the characters that have to hold that mix up. I haven't thought of a good solution to fixing that yet, but it might just be one of those things where, too bad, that's the character should have that weakness. And I'm okay with that. I just realized something. Making a checked drive rush a punish counter would really buff grapplers, because punish counter throws give huge damage. Yeah, but like I said, I wouldn't even make it a punish counter. I would just make it like the drive rush, because when you drive rush and you hit somebody, you get 4 extra frames of hit stun, but literally there is no counter hit or punish counter. In fact, you can drive rush, hit someone as a punish counter, and you get 8 extra frames of hit stun. Like, they stack, right? So if you just make it so that if you check a drive rush and it just adds 4 frames instead of turns it into one of the counter hit states, it's a much more easily controllable thing. And then also, for some characters, you know, the best move that they want to check might actually be one of those punish counters that knocks people down, and then you get nothing out of it, which sucks even more, right? Like, so you're just like, oh God, like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to be able to get a reward out of that and stuff. So that's kind of why I feel like that would be a good way to solve the problem. You know, just don't make it a punish counter. Crap. Okay. Well, can't do anything about that. Anyways, Alpha 3 music, yes. So basically, this happens a lot when trying to check BS fast drive rushes like Jury and DJ. You just get counter hit. It's not even worth checking. Yeah, a lot of times it isn't. But if you do succeed, now, if they stagger forward and you get a +4, it's worth it now. You can get a reward for success, because checking drive rushes is so hard. You should be rewarded for it. You should be rewarded for it. So, again, that's how I would change it. And like I said, it will lead to probably problems I haven't thought of, but I think it's a good start. Just trying to fix the risk reward of it. The other change that I would make is that if you perfect parry something, instead of scaling your damage down to 50% right away, I would not scale the combo damage at all, but I would apply a giant, like, umbrella filter over the scaling to automatically have the damage of everything that happens. And so you're like, well, isn't that the same thing? It's not, because of the min scaling, right? So currently, if I perfect parry and everything gets scaled to 50% automatically, well, my level 3 super scales to 50% minimum anyway. So if I perfect parry something, hit you with like 10 hits, and then level 3 super, my level 3 super is going to do 50% of the damage. right? So like, it's gonna do basically the same amount of damage. If I didn't perfect parry, did all the first hits, and then went into the level 3. Level 3 is gonna do the same damage in both scenarios. But if after a perfect parry, if they just put a giant umbrella scale on top of the damage and let everything do 100% damage, but just automatically have the actual damage from there, then even if the level 3 super doesn't change to to 40%, let's say stays at 50%, right? No matter when you do it, like if you do it, like if you do a big old combo into a level 3, the level 3 will literally only do 25% damage because it min scales to 50%, but the giant umbrella will have it. So you can perfect parry into raw level 3 to get the 50% scaling on the level 3. Sure, like that's probably what would happen for a lot of people. They would probably just try to go straight into a level 3 like that. But again, maybe that's not even the case, because if you do a long combo into the level 3 that does more damage than a raw level 3 outside of the umbrella, it'll do more damage inside the umbrella as well, right? So like it just basically halves the damage of everything so that, people can't die as badly after getting perfect parry. And like I said, it's kind of how it is right now. The problem just is that level 3 supers exist. And if it wasn't for the level 3 supers, like, I think perfect parries would behave almost exactly as they would like it to behave. Well, the problem really just is that level 3 supers do too much damage in that situation. But see, so John Colsuzian, I don't know if I pronounced that right at all, said just make raw drive rush 3 bars, but in instances where damage is done beforehand, example like in combos, keep it where raw drive rush still only costs 1 bar so combos don't get screwed up. There's a lot of options to do that, right? Like, oh, just make it so that then when you do drive rush in the middle of a combo, then those frames do become a freeze, or then it does behave this way, but outside of it, it behaves a different way. And the problem with that is that you are adding a level of complexity to the game where things act one way and then they act differently in a different scenario, which isn't necessarily clear. And one of the goals, like we talked about, is to make the game so that it is more playable and palatable by beginners and casuals coming in. And the more you throw in those kind of things like that, Seth Killian famously told me that, like, when they were designing Street Fighter 4 originally, like, they wanted to avoid CVS2 syndrome, which was CVS2, you go in there and you're like, this game looks cool. I can play Capcom and SNK characters. You put the quarter in there and you press start and it's like, here, pick your groove. And you're like, I don't know what this means. What is C groove, A groove? Oh, I'll just pick C groove. And then suddenly, stupid grid, which has mouse controls, and you're just like, what did you do this for? And you're like, okay, I pick character. Oh, I have to pick somebody else? What? Or I can go to, what? And then you pick somebody else, and you pick 3 characters because you don't know what you're doing. And then you're presented with the screen with diamonds inside a diamond, and you move the controller, and portraits get bigger and smaller. And you're like, what is even happening here? Like, what am I trying to do, right? Like, there is a danger of over complicating your fighting game. And one of the things that has overcomplicated fighting games a lot in the past is things behave a certain way when done in this situation, but not in this situation, is a very common slippery slope we start going down, because then you just end up with stuff that just like acts one way, the other way, and whatever, and it's just like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? And it's really kind of frustrating. It is kind of frustrating. So while I agree you could do something like that, and like I said, if you do go that route, suddenly everything opens up and you can make it so that drive rush cancels behave a certain way. You can do the, if a crouching medium get cancels into a driver cancel, then the hit stun is shortened so that like the block stun is shortened so that this, you know, like you can go all sorts of craziness routes that way. But I just feel like that goes down a slippery slope that makes it very, very difficult. So, unless, of course, that is a, is that a copy pasta? Because why did two people say the exact same thing? Or is it the same guy from two different platforms? Is that what it is, maybe, perhaps? But in any case, that's why I wouldn't go that route, essentially. But, you know, the only thing that I haven't really come up with a proper solution for is throw loops. I'm still not sure how we would fix that. Like, my initial thought would be to make it so that backdashes just have an actual, like, throw counter built into them like a V-shift. But again, I wouldn't know what to do afterwards. Like, if you backdash them and they throw and it creates, like, some sort of, like, extra delay on their throw so everybody can punish, is that too strong? Do you do it like a perfect parry, so you scale all the way? Do you make it so there's a fixed recovery, etc., etc.? This one is a hard one, but what happens is there needs to be something that is designed specifically for countering throws. That's just what I feel like needs to be added to the game, because right now there is nothing that specifically counters throws. So much to the point that, for example, if you're Zangief and you are at level 1, you have a level 1 super, and the opponent knocks you down, and they come up to you and do a perfect meaty throw, there is literally nothing you can do to punish that. Like, and the reason why I say a perfectly timed meaty throw is even a backdash would be too slow. You can still get punished out of your backdash, or it's like minus and you still lose your turn. The point being is that if I knew with all in my heart, and I'm a psychic, and I read your head, and you're like, I'm gonna meaty throw this Zangief player, and you're like, haha, I know you're gonna meaty throw me, I have 0 ways to do damage to you. I have absolutely no way to do damage to you at all whatsoever. It just doesn't exist, right? You can throw tech, like you said, like Mike Jones said, you can throw tech, but you're still in the corner and it still kind of sucks, right? So you're just in that situation, and there's like, the whole thing about fighting games is a lot of times if you know somebody's going to do something, you should be able to punish it unless it's like not that rewarding, right? But the problem with throws is, in this game, is if I throw Zangief and he's got a level 1 and I throw him and I take the throw, because of throw loops, he gets to keep doing it over and over and over and over again, and my situation will not improve. Like, unless I just happen to be close to a level 2 and you throw me enough to build a level 2 and now I can level 2 you, you know, but if I have like half a bar, I cannot do anything about that, a meaty throw, except tech. And this is the only thing I can do. So of course you're gonna tech and get shimmied and die, right? And again, the risk reward is too high. So I just feel like there needs to be something that works to defeat throws specifically in the corner. Like, if you backdash into a corner, maybe you can hit a button, and if you backdash, you just automatically like do a launch off the wall, right? Like, you backdash, and while you're in the air, if you hit like 2 punches, you dive off the wall and hit the guy, knock them, and they roll away to the other side of the screen or something like that, but you don't get any combos. But there should be something that works in the corner that can at least get you out of the throws. Now, the reason why I don't want this mechanic to do too much damage to throws is because now if you make throws too weak, again, if you make it so that you can get killed for trying to go for throws, now nobody's going to go for throws because it's just not worth it anymore at that point. So, you know, it's got to be something that's a little bit more safe. I guess you could try to do a wake-up drive reversal. Can you do a meaty enough throw that avoids the wake-up drive reversal? I don't think you can. I think if you know within your heart that they are going to throw you as a meaty, you can wake up drive reversal. That might actually work, actually. But again, it's just like really, maybe, I mean, I would be willing to make Wake Up Drive Reversal just cost less drive gauge, honestly. Doesn't Throw Tech build a drive bar gauge bar now? What could Zangief do with that bar? Does he have an OD that could work or not? No. Zangief has 0 ODs that will beat a meaty throw. This is the problem. Like literally, there is nothing Zangief can do with an OD. Nothing. He used to be able to jump cancel into SPD, which was cool and required skill, but they took that away. My suspicion is largely because of the glitch that worked for flash kick characters. And they couldn't figure out a way to nerf the flash kick character situation that didn't affect the spinning pile driver one. That's my suspicion in any case. So I really honestly think Zangief was a collateral damage to the other bug, because even in their patch notes, they're like, we know that this hurts Zangief, and you know, we know that this is a problem. Like, they weren't even being like, we did this to hurt Zangief. Like, literally their patch notes was like, yeah, we know this kind of hurts Zangief, but you know, hopefully we gave Zangief enough buffs to make up for it. Like, I don't feel like they were trying to nerf Zangief. What do you think of the suggestions to make throw loops universally like Elena's and Sagat's? That's absolutely another one that you could do. Like, if you made it so that throw loops only work if you spent a drive rush to get in there, I think that would be great. I would be happy enough, you know, with that kind of change, honestly. Because then, yeah, if you try to throw loop multiple times, you're just putting yourself closer and closer to burnout. And then if the enemy does tech you, then, you know, that's an exchange of 2 entire bars of drive gauge, because you lost one and he gained one, and now it's really scary. So yeah, absolutely. I think that would be fine. So there's a lot of ways to fix it. So the reason why I don't have a good universal solution is because it's not that I can't think of one, is that I think that there are a freaking ton of things that would work to actually fix it. And we just have to test them, which I'm sure they're doing, to be honest with you, because you can already see it that with all the new characters they're adding, they kind of like are like experimenting. Like Elena literally cannot throw loop like at all outside of drive rush throw, and even with drive rush throw, it has to be literally frame perfect in order to beat 4-frame lights. Like, there's a 1-frame window in which Elena can drive rush and throw you and you can't jab her. So I feel like they're experimenting with a lot of different throw loop scenarios with all the different characters, so that when, you know, they do decide to try to nerf throw loops a little bit, they have a lot more data involved. Like, you know, it would be really interesting if, you know, even though Elena has that small window, if Elena's if you look online and Elena still get throws back to back because, you know, people are scared of drive rush into meaty attack. Because Elena can do drive rush into stand heavy punch, and if you wake up with a button and she hits you, you can kiss like the majority of your life goodbye, because Elena hurts, right? So like maybe, yeah, and see, Chun can't throw loop at all, but, you know, she still does throw loop. It's not a real throw loop, but people are scared of meaty crouching heavy punch, right? So that's kind of the idea, right? Like, so now they can collect all this data and see how to adjust it to see if it's fair or not. So, yeah, I don't really have a great way to fix that. The other main egregious things to fix are probably Mai and Ryu. I think making light Hashogeki not launch on counter hit would be very fair. But actually, the question about that one, though, is what is it on hit right now? Because if you just made it counter hit, if it actually ends up being better for him, that would be a problem as well. So let me just remind myself what it is on hit over here. So light Hashogeki is +2 on hit. So if it counter hit and it didn't knock you down, it would be +4 on hit. And if it would be +4, then I could link into a light punch. And then I'd be able to like drive rush cancel, do all sorts of kind of stuff. So it'd be still kind of strong. Maybe just reduce light Hashogeki to only being +1 on hit, so that throws also won't beat 4-frame buttons. And then on counter hit, it's only +3, so he can't combo off of it. Like, I feel like if you just nerfed light Hashogeki like that for Ryu, that would do a lot. I think that would do a lot by itself. But for Mai, again, the changes that I want to give to Mai are very different than what a lot of other people want to do. Because, you know, obviously her fans are very strong. The OD fans are really strong. There is the idea that if you hit her, her fans turn off. So, like, you know, if the fan is bouncing above your head and you kick her, the fan bouncing on top of your head just, like, folds up or, like, duds out. Like, it spins and then it just starts to float like this and then does the flash thing and goes away or something like that. You know, you could find a way to animate it so that it makes it look normal, like it makes sense kind of thing. But, you know, I'm not sure if that would nerf her too much and take away one of the unique things about her. So I'm not sure if I would necessarily nerf that. The things that I would nerf right from the get-go will probably seem strange to people, but I'm curious because, again, while she is clearly very strong, she hasn't been, like, completely burning up the charts in terms of tournament wins. Now, if you look at how many people play Mai who made it in the Capcom Cup, I mean, like, I think it's pretty high because she is clearly very strong, but, you know, there is the worry that you might overdo it. The things that I think are most egregious for Mai, in my opinion, I would make it so that her uppercuts are like Kimberly's uppercuts, in which they are not air invul until the first active frame. So basically, if you jump over a fan and she recovers at the last second, she cannot DP you unless she uses an ODDP. The problem right now is a lot of times when you do manage to jump over a fan when she's kind of low on drive gauge and you're like, I want to pressure her now, and you jump over a fan, she DPs you anyway because her light DP is really fast and it's air invul on the first frame, and so like you can't really take advantage of the fact that she has low drive gauge to drain her gauge. It's still really hard to get in on her, but if the first couple of frames are not air invul, then you can't do that anymore so that you can get in on her, right? And if she chooses to use the OD version, the reason why Maya's zoning you is probably because she needs to get her drive gauge back. And so if she's going to spend an ODDP to hit you out of the air, then you get up and she throws a fireball, you jump over again. Now she's even closer to getting burnt out, right? So I feel like that's a really clever way to help you take advantage of the fact that you survived OD fan and the drive rush, because she spends 3 bars and a raw drive rush gives her a 5-second cooldown on when she can actually gain drive gauge back. So if you survive that, now you can get in on her a little bit easier to drain the rest of her drive gauge. So now it is scarier for her to just go for that and fail, right? I think the other thing that I would do to her is that I would make her standing heavy punch just like a lot of Elena's moves and like Kimberly's standing heavy kick and stuff. In the farthest hitboxes, do not hit crouchers. That's it. So, like, she can hit crouchers kind of like with her forearm here, but the little donk part over there misses crouchers. Because the fact that standing heavy punch is cancelable at that far, at that range, and hits crouching people is insane. Is absolutely insane. It's so strong. And so now if you're fighting someone and they're crouching and scared, and like you throw a fan at them in the corner and the fan is bouncing over their head, you don't get to do heavy punch into another fan at max range or heavy punch into something to lock them down in heavy punch hit stun. So the next thing is also still scary for them to have to deal with. But it'll still work in all the combos that hit people who aren't crouching, or, it'll still be able to whiff punish things. It'll still be able to do a lot of the things that it does now, but in terms of a pressure situation, it's not going to be as strong. So those are the two changes that I would give to Mai, just initially. And then we would see how it goes from there, right? And I think that those are two really fair changes, honestly, because they don't nerf things completely, but at the same time, they also they make it a little bit harder for her to do that, like pressure. Yeah, and it's 9 frames, right? Like most of those buttons, like everyone's gonna be like, "What are you talking about, James? Kimberly standing heavy punch is just as broken." Kimberly standing heavy punch has less range than almost every crouching medium kick in the game. Like everybody who says that Kim standing heavy punch reaches super far, because that's 9 frames as well. That's the reason why I brought it up. Dude, Kimberly standing heavy punch has no range. Everybody who says, like, what are you talking about, move with so much range? Dude, that thing has no range. Just like I could pull up like freaking Kimberly and Mai and compare their standing heavy punch ranges, and you will laugh, basically. You will basically laugh at the disparity in the ranges of these moves. Like, you can't even compare them. Right, exactly. Chun's 5 HP is only slightly longer, not cancelable, in 13 frames, right? So, like, even if I come over here and I bring up Mai over here, it's max. If I bring up Mai over here like this, and let's get her to be standing like this. If I, like, this is the way I test ranges, right? So I save the state like this, and then I basically try to use Mai here like this. So I load this state, I'll move it a little bit closer, and then I save this state here, and then I use Mai, and bonk. Look at that. Dude, bro, Jesus Christ, look at that. Bonk. That is so freaking far, holy crap. That is ridiculously far. So let's move back, whoops. Let's move back a little bit here. Okay, that's too far, thank God. So let's move back a little bit closer, save that, and then bonk, right? I mean, and now if I just go to Kimberly, I mean, look at this. Like, you can't, like, I have to whiff, like, Jesus Christ. If I come over here, like, okay, now I can hit you. Look at this. Like, it just doesn't have, whoa.
A couple of quarters, Street Fighter 6
Nathan,
manages to
what are
sell
you
like
doing?
500.
What are you doing, Nathan? I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's clearly still not the same range over here. And again, you know, her standing medium kick has much farther range than even her standing heavy punch here. Because, like, if I move over here, like, her standing heavy punch will still miss. And my standing medium kick still hits here. And then Mai has a standing medium punch here, which hits that far anyway. So, yeah, Mai's range on these buttons are ridiculous, basically. This thing has, I don't know, man. Like, because also let me test something as well over here. So if I do this, okay, so obviously that hits a little farther because of the crouch here. I don't know, man. Like, this is like, it just feels like, it just reaches too far. It just reaches too far, right? Like, especially because it is cancelable. Like, it's crazy that that thing is cancelable. I don't like the fact that God, is it? It just, oh my God, that's ridiculous, dude. Okay, let me back up, whoops, back up this far. Okay, not quite that far. Look at this thing is ridiculous. That's just too far, dude. It's just too far. How far is her crouching? Yeah, so her crouching medium kick, unfortunately, you know, that's one of the weaknesses that Mai has, is that her crouching medium kick is one of the shorter crouching medium kicks in the game. But it is a 7 frame. It's a 7 framer, and on counter hit, oops, on counter hit, it links from standing medium kick like this, which is really, really strong because not a lot of characters have this. And it reaches from a lot of ranges too. Like that's really good. That is shockingly good there to be able to reach from that range like that. Like if I do this, I'm +3. I get nothing off of that, right? But Maya is just like, wee, and then like, and then she gets this. Look at the corner carry she gets. Look at the corner carry she gets there, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, the problem with this one is that if I do want to get in the range where the standing heavy punch hits, like, I do have to walk into the ranges now where, like, I can get hit by a lot faster moves, right? And that's the thing about Mai, is like, if she wants to bonk you on the head with this, like, she can hit you at ranges where she is not threatened by faster moves, and that shouldn't be a combo, like, like, oh my god. Oh, but that's counter hit. Sorry. Let me turn off counter hit here. It shouldn't combo from that far. Oh, I guess it still does. Yeah, it still does. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Anyways, that's kind of like I said, I would nerf it so that, you know, about this range right here, maybe like this range wouldn't hit crouchers. So, like, basically from her hand and beyond, like, wouldn't hit crouchers. So, like, you would have to be at least, you know, like, maybe this close to hit a croucher. Not this far! Like, maybe you have to be this range to hit a croucher or something like that. But, like, this being able to hit crouchers, I feel, feels a little egregious here. Whereas, like, you know, for someone like Kimberly, like, her standing heavy kick is great for, you know, being plus on block, but as you can see here, like, whoops, like, dude, look at this. Dude, like, you have to be, like, kissing them to be able to hit them when they're crouching, dude. Like, this thing just has no range versus crouchers, right? And so why is a move like this that limited and it has 12 frames of startup, you know, whereas a move that is 9 frames of startup that reaches this freaking far over here, combos and cancels into stuff, you know, even to the point where I can do this and on block, like, oops, why was she not blocking? Okay, there we go. So like this, yeah, there we go. So even if I do this, like, I can't even be punished, right? Because, like, most 4-frame buttons aren't going to hit me here. So I can even max range heavy punch into Ryu-Enbu, and I'm safe, right? Like, it's crazy. Anyways. Yeah, I would nerf that standing heavy punch a little bit, because even if you do nerf that standing heavy punch from this range, she still has standing medium punch, right? Like, this still hits really far. Like, if you made it so that standing heavy punch basically didn't hit, like, further on crouching people than standing medium punch, I think that would be fine, right? So if I did, let's do this here, all right, and then do this, let's move up, okay, let's move up, save it, okay, that hits right there, so let's move back a little bit, and see, that hits right there, let's move back a little bit, still hits, but see, this is a good range right here. So this standing medium punch at this range hits on one of its later active frames, right? But if standing heavy punch wouldn't hit at this range, I think that'd be fair. I think that'd be fair, honestly. So, okay. Anyways, that was my side thing about what I would do to Street Fighter 6 to balance it a little bit more and give it a little more of a shake-up. Hi, hello, Hello. If Mai abuses that, you mean Mai abusing the stand heavy punch? And you perfect parry it? Oh, I mean, you could absolutely blow her up for that, but that's true for every character, right? So the fact that you could perfect parry my standing heavy punch doesn't mean that move is weaker, because every move can be perfect parried. And so that's an equal risk for every character across the board. So it doesn't necessarily mean that that move has any more vulnerabilities. It's still a considerably better move than everybody else's, you know? Choni Ranchito, I mean, I would suspect the balance patch that might change things up a little bit more won't come out until after Capcom Cup, because you can't change the game until after Capcom Cup. Because if you change the game that drastically before Capcom Cup, that's really messed up to everybody who's playing and trying to win. Like, that's just, like, that's awful. So until Capcom Cup is done, I wouldn't expect any sort of major patch until then, so. Hi, Nathan. All right. Hi, Nathan. You are headbutting me still. Oh, look at this guy. A small balance patch. Oh, no, last December? Yeah, and a lot of people were kind of mad about that, right? People were kind of mad about that, right? I can't remember how big that patch was. They changed something big, and I know a lot of people were kind of, no, but actually, I remember one of the things they changed a lot of people are okay with, and so like they were fine with it or something. I don't exactly remember how it works, so. Have I done collab podcasts with any other weekly show? No, I have not. I have not, because I don't really have like collab stuff, but I do want to work with some people. I do want to find other people that might want to start doing stuff, because like I said, I want to reach out more and just actually start working with other people. Oh, was that the perfect parry change where they made it so that you had to hold back and down back? Wait, was that last year? I thought that was when Mai came out. When did Mai come out? Did Mai come out like in February? No, she didn't. Did she come out in December? Shoot, I can't remember anymore. Time is such a blur. Like I can't remember anything anymore. It was the Elena patch. That's right. It was the Elena patch that they made that change. Yeah, I mean, personally, I think that change probably wasn't drastic enough to. I mean, it was a big deal, but I just don't think any of the top players cared enough, because they probably liked it. The thing is, if you implemented any of the changes like I mentioned just now, like that would be too much. That would be too much, honestly. You would have to do something significantly less in a balanced patch before Capcom Cup. I don't think that perfect parry change was enough to be like, oh my God, the whole game is different, you know? So, well, I mean, I don't know if that's a collab. I mean, that's just more me. I just got Rip on as a guest, right? I mean, I guess is that what people refer to as collabs these days? Nathan. Oh, oh my God, Nathan. Oh, you love the cheeks being scratched. You love the gums being scratched. Oh, look how happy he is. Oh. Yeah, so that was the interview with High Fight, where they said they wanted to patch the game more often, but that, to wait for the next patch a little longer, because I think they said they didn't want to shake it up too much before Capcom Cup. And so if they do get it so that the patches come more often, so like I said, if they did it once after like Evo, but again, Evo was earlier now, so, you know, but if they did it so that it was like twice a year or maybe even 3 times a year, I think that works just fine, especially if, you know, most of the patches are small things and it's only like after the year one that you really go for anything big, you know, honestly, so. Any case, let's finish the Max video, shall we? Let's actually finish this Max video so that we can actually talk about, where did it go? Okay, why am I confused here? Where did my thing go? Oh, because I'm supposed to be in this view over here. That's why. Oh my God, my ADHD is killing me over here. Oops. Shoot. What are you doing, Jasmine? Now it's Jasmine's turn? Now it's Jasmine's turn? Really? Look at this. Jasmine has now shown up. Jasmine has entered the chat, the cat. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, you hate it when I pick you up. I know. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. I can see you just cleaned yourself, huh? Hi, Jasmine. Oh, she's struggling. Okay. Okay. Let's finish this real quick.
1,000 extra units, which is insane for a fighting game, especially an old one. They did that in a current season that is not necessarily hoisting the
what did they say?
Here's what's wild. Just gonna throw this out. Every couple of quarters, Street Fighter 6 manages to sell like 500,000 extra units, which is insane for a fighting game, especially an old one. They did that in a current season that is not necessarily hoisting the most popular characters. Some are for sure. Sea Viper's still a niche Street Fighter character. Sagat's a legacy character, absolutely. Even with that, there's no wild guest character or some insane Terry or Mai or something like that happened before. It's a pretty like return to form. Here's a Street Fighter 3 character, Street Fighter 4 character, Street Fighter 5 character, like that kind of stuff, right? Actually, not a Street Fighter 5. Ingrid will be coming back. Ingrid's gonna sell a lot. I'm sure she will, dude. I'm sure you're gonna see as soon as Ingrid comes out, this is gonna go from 6 million to 18 million. Extremely popular Ingrid is gonna do it.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Max.
Either
I
way,
appreciate
it's not like the season that really
sarcasm.
grabs you, like that will pull in an audience outside of the usual Street Fighter verse. It won't, but it's still doing just fine. And that's pretty crazy, man. I'm excited for what the hell happens in the future of Street Fighter 6, and I'm excited to see if it changes. I think.
Why is she popular in Japan? What was she even in to be popular from? Like, she was in Capcom Fighting Jam in Alpha 3, like, you know, 03 upper and stuff like that. But where does that popularity even come from?
Any of that stuff happens, I'll be excited to come back and check things out. But at this point, I really want to see what the hell Alex plays like, bro. Like, Alex is a mad cool character that has always played a little weird, you know? So what are they going to do to make Alex sort of like either approachable or fully kitted? He's literally neither had either one, you know? Yeah, Street Fighter getting a new hybrid grappler could be very fun to watch.
So yeah, that's the end of the video there. We made it. We made it to the end of the video. And shout outs to Max, by the way, always putting out, you know, very, very good, mature content as well, you know, and talking about things intelligently and stuff. So I always do appreciate Max for trying to be, you know, a voice of reason a lot of the time, because people out there get a little too up in their feelings a lot of the times about, you know, about the way a lot of this stuff happens in fighting games and such. So always glad that he's able to do that. So, yeah, idol character, you know, kind of dressed in that, you know, that's the reason why I hate her. Anyways, I'm sure they'll do some work to make her far more appealing, like they have with all the characters they've done so far. Again, I feel like they've done a fantastic job with every character, even characters that I've previously had no interest in. Even back in Street Fighter V, like I am not an Oro stan at all. Like I think Oro is kind of a dumb character as well. Like I'm like, what is he? Why does he look like some weird like alien creature, But he's just supposed to be old and shriveled, and he fights with one arm tied behind his back. And I was like, what is this? Like he's yuck. I never liked Oro. Then they gave him a turtle, and then I thought Oro was awesome. So that's just what it is. you know. So, I mean, that's just the thing is like, even when you look at 03 Upper, like I was watching a video on YouTube that's like, here's all of Ingrid's moves in Alpha 3. And like, I just watch them and like, they're all like literally the dumbest, most generic moves ever. And like her counter is like the dumbest thing ever. Like she has a fireball, she has an uppercut. Oh boy, like my God, she's just like mind-numbingly unoriginal. Oh God, I really don't like that character. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up now. Otherwise, I'm gonna get myself in trouble over here. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, that's that Max video. I told you I could talk for 19 hours about it, which I basically kind of did. So, but that's kind of my take. But obviously this kind of be cut into a lot of different videos. Hopefully we'll be able to do that as well. But Street Fighter 6 is doing really well. And so again, nothing that I've said is like, oh, I think it sucks right now, we need to improve it. I'm just trying to hope to make a game that I actually legit enjoy, like, better. Like, that's just what it is. Like, I think the game is great, and I think it can be even better, honestly. Like I said, I'll try to find that thread where I talked about what, enhancements that I would like to see in the training mode. And most of the enhancements in the training mode, one of them would be super significant. The other ones would just be more for easy control, basically. But honestly, I think the game is doing well, and I think the game is in a great position. So, I hope that it can continue this success. And I've said to people before, I was like, I think Street Fighter is like the number one IP, with second place being far further down, that can actually break through the pop culture barrier kind of thing. I think Street Fighter is the one game that has that ability to actually be that crazy of a thing. I've had people argue to me before that, oh no, you just need another popular IP. Like you could make a fighting game out of this popular IP and it could be just as big. And I think we've seen enough now that that's just really not the case, right? I mean, we've got a League fighting game, we've got a Grand Blue fighting game, we've had a Dragon Ball fighting game, like. We've had a lot of properties like this now, and it just has never kind of gotten to that point. So I really feel like Street Fighter is one of the only ones that can do that because of how big Street Fighter 2 was. Yeah, Street Fighter 2 was pop culture. And that's why, because the thing about it is, here's the reason why, okay? Here's the reason why, and this is just going to say it right here. Look, if you're a fan of Dragon Ball or you're a fan of League of Legends, you're a fan of that IP, and you've already seen what happened to a lot of Invincible fans when they found out Invincible Versus was a fighting game, because they were like, oh, someone's making an Invincible video game, and they found out it was a fighting game. They're like, oh, God, you're just making another fighting game, right? The thing about it is, if you're a fan of Street Fighter, you're a fan of Street Fighter because it was a fighting game. Right? If you are looking at Street Fighter or thinking about Street Fighter or considering playing it, or if you know its IP and you like the characters, it's within the context of it as a fighting game. So if Street Fighter makes a new fighting game, that's exactly what you're looking for. you know. But if you're a Dragon Ball fan and they make that, and you're like, I just wanted a one-player adventure, or I wanted something like, you know, an arena fighter, you know, or if someone makes a fighting game out of, or makes a, you know, another thing off of League, right? Like, you know, there's no reason why a MOBA player would actually be like, oh, cool, I love, you know, oh, cool, I get to use my favorite characters in a fighting game. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go over there. They're going to be like, a fighting game, I don't care, right? But if you're a fan of Street Fighter, you love Street Fighter because it's a fighting game. That's it. That's it, right? So, oh, unless you are a fan of Street Fighter 2010, you are correct. Hey, it's Denzel. You are correct. Oh man. Anyways, I think we're in a position. We're in a good spot, just like Max said. We are in a very good spot. So I wouldn't worry too much for most people. I wouldn't worry too much. I think we're in a good place. I think Street Fighter 6 is in a good place. But again, it can only get better, and for all intents and purposes, what, you know, the Street Fighter 6 team has done has been better constantly. I think the area that needs the most improvement is not even the game itself, but the whole esports versus game development relationship, right? So the esports should get more people to play, and the people who are playing should be buying all sorts of costumes and customization things. Because you need to make, I mean, you know, when the first horse armor dropped on Xbox 360, we were like, I can't believe you're going to make us pay for horse armor. Like, this is the stupidest thing. But the way that the culture has gone, honestly, customizing your character, being able to make them look the way you want them to look with the colors that you like, and et cetera, like, people being able to individualize themselves is huge. And the more costumes you create, and I mean, like Ultra David playing the turtle costume for Honda in 5, he loved that shit because he was just like, oh my god, I can make him look like a turtle and it's dorky looking. And it was such a part of like that kind of personality, you know what I mean? To be able to show your taste and your personality is such a huge factor for people. And so, you know, having that relationship where the game makes people play and then you can actually individualize yourself, which is working in terms of the avatars right now, because again, a lot of people do play the game casually. A lot of people do spend their time in the battle hub. And so being able to see what your character looks like in some crazy costume is really cool, right? So it's working in that aspect, but they can definitely, like, I'm not saying they're doing it wrong. Keep working on the avatar stuff. But I just feel like they can up the output. You know what I mean? Like, more costumes for the characters. You know, more EX colors, more versus screen faces, et cetera, et cetera. I just think, like, that kind of stuff would help the game a lot, honestly. I really do. So, City of the Wolves has color edit and it rocks. Yeah, it does rock. And unfortunately, I feel like does kind of take away one of their potential revenue streams. But, you know, so I get not having a color edit, but also having color edit is cool. But, you know, I think having the ability to have unique colors for the Street Fighter characters and in other fighting games is a good way to, you know, help sustain the game in terms of monetization and stuff like that. So, oh, I'm excited for the Avatar game for sure. I just truly wish people would open their horizons to see that fighting games are so much better than people have given credit for. Fighting games are so much better because of entry for newcomers and for those Dota players and League players, the perfect time to get in. How good is the play? Yeah, like, again, fighting games are always going to have that thing going against them, that they are hard and they're discouraging. They're super discouraging, and you don't have a team to play with, right? So, you know, even if, like, it's hard to get into a lot of things when you're by yourself, right? So anybody trying to get in League of Legends or CS:GO or whatever by themselves is going to experience a lot of frustration. However, the option to play with friends is there, and the option to be carried is there, right? But in fighting games, that doesn't exist outside of like 2xKO right now. 2xKO is like the only version of a game that can carry you because you can play duos, right? But in fighting games, you literally have no other option. You know, you're just thrown into the fire, and it's painful and it's hard, honestly. And you don't even have the option to play in a team's environment. And so the most important thing to get people to understand about fighting games is that the joy doesn't come from the winning. The joy comes from the learning, which leads to the winning, which the winning is fun because the things that you learn and the things that you practice pay off, which again will just jump me into execution, but I don't want to get into that because that's a whole nother 9-hour conversation in and of itself. But I do think that's why it's important to have execution in fighting games, because people need to feel like that they're achieving something. And by taking execution away, I think it hurts a lot, right? Even though a lot of people like modern style controls and one button special moves, I mean, you know, like people realize, you know, that auto aim is not necessarily a great thing for FPSs, for example, right? That it does lower a lot of the skill level in there. And so, you know, I like having execution because it's something to strive for and to achieve. The problem, again, as I've said many times on Twitter, is that because it's a video game, when you play a video game, you think you're good at a video game, whereas most people suck at video games and they don't realize it. So when they see execution, it's annoying to them because they're like, I should be able to do this without effort, right? Because every video game out there is designed to be beatable with very little improvement in your like gameplay necessarily, right? Except the Dark Souls games. And that's why those games stand out so goddamn much, is because they're the games that don't let you do that. Like, I've had game developer friends that are like, I had to beat the last boss by only doing square, 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 square. I had to make sure that that was possible, even though it's not very good and it's slow and it's like hard to do, but we have to make sure that is an option to beat these bosses, right? The problem is everyone thinks when they play fighting games, they should be doing the most important thing. The example I always give is when, you know, someone was like, well, if Justin can do stand light kick into stand heavy punch with Rufus, I should be able to as well. And I'm like, why? Like, why do you want to be able to do that without practice? Why? Like, what makes you think that, like, you should deserve to be able to do something that this other person played forever to learn how to do? Again, when you're playing a fighting game, don't worry about the optimal stuff. Do what works for you right now. And the more you play a fighting game, the better you get at it. Then the things that were hard earlier, even execution, will get easier because there's less distracting you, or you learn new techniques, etc., etc. You'll get there eventually. Just don't worry about having to do the optimal thing every time right away. Oh, man. Anyways. Okay. I guess that's it for here. Do I even have time to talk about charge partitioning? Holy crap. I wonder if I can actually pull it off real quick here. Because I mean, what I could do potentially is just, shoot. Well, no, not the way that I wanted to talk about it, Michael. And you know how I am here. All right, well, you know what? I want to make, well, because the thing is, I also wanted to make a a like actual like educational like tech video about charge partitioning. I won't be able to do that obviously, but I will see if I can just explain a little bit of it here, just so people don't feel like they got cheated and didn't get the explanation that they were hoping that they would get over here. So just so you guys understand this right away, the first thing that I'm going to say is what I said online, okay? The first thing that I said online about charge partitioning is that if you are not playing Third Strike, it is not charge partitioning. This is the only game that has charge partitioning, okay? It is the only Street Fighter game that has charge partitioning. So that's the first thing I'm gonna say to you guys over here. Let me lower the volume of the game a little bit here. Well, sorry, the only Street Fighter game that has charge partitioning is how I want to say it. The only Capcom game that has charge partitioning. And the way that you want to understand charge partitioning is that if you have a meter on your screen that when you start charging, the meter goes and fills up all the way, then you're finished charging and you can do flash kick, right? What charge partitioning actually allows you to do is to charge it up part way and stop. And then charge it the rest of the way later on. Now, the caveat is the stop has to be very short. Very, very short. The window is small. I don't know the exact frames of it, but you can let go of the charge and then finish the charge later on. However, the caveat is if you finish the charge, if you let go, you lose the charge completely. So in other words, I can start charging for a flash kick by holding down like this, but I can actually dash like that. And the dash window of me going forward, and then holding down in the middle of the dash is enough that I can do, whoops. I'm not necessarily good at this, but let's see. Right, so I can do that, right? So looks like I can dash and flash kick right away. So like if I normally dash and flash kick, you can see that I can't get it out at all. And I have to, it's weird that I'm not even coming out with a light kick. That's strange that doesn't happen. Huh, that's confusing me more than anything. But yeah, so basically I can do charge, dash, charge, right? And so I can do like charge, dash, whoops. I can do charge, dash, charge, and then still get a flash kick out like almost instantaneously, so like that. See, that's an example of charge partitioning. But the tricky part about it is if I charge too long at one of those charges and I actually finish the charging, then I can't actually charge partition. You have to, you're only breaking up the charging portion, but you can't maintain the charge or store it after you finish charging. So that might have actually been too long. That might have been too long, I'm not sure. Let's see, 1, 2, okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, okay. Yeah, I think I might actually be charging too long. See, like if I just do that. Ugh. But that's basically what charge partitioning is. What charge partitioning is not is finding clever ways to keep your charge for stuff by like flash kicking up back. So you keep your charge maintained holding back for Sonic Boom. So I can flash kick into Sonic Boom like this, right? Because I flash kick at up back, if I flash kick at up back, the only charge it removes is the actual flash kick. it doesn't remove the charge for the sonic boom. So I can do this in seemingly much faster time than I can actually sonic boom, charge for a sonic boom, right? As you can see, like I have to do that, but if I do this, I can throw a sonic boom right away. This is not charge partitioning, right? Learning to do sonic boom to back and then pressing the button like this to start charging immediately for the next sonic boom is not charge partitioning, right? That is not charge partitioning either. That's just taking advantage of input windows that you can actually wait. The thing that confuses a lot of people is that Remy can actually do something like this, and it looks like he's kind of doing that trick here. Whoops. Ugh. I used to be much better at, there we go. So you can do stuff like this with Remy. Ah. I was much better at this before. And the reason why, like, the problem is people see that and like, yeah, see, that's charge partitioning. That's what you do in the other games because you hit forward back and then you keep the charge, blah, blah, blah. What people don't understand with Remy actually doing this is that he's doing, because again, even though I'm charging back and I hit forward and sonic boom like this, you technically haven't lost, it only erases the charge for the punch sonic boom. This one is a kick sonic boom. They actually count as two separate moves. So when you actually do stuff like this, what you're actually doing is charge partitioning two separate special moves. Not the same special move. So what you happen is when you throw the punch sonic boom, you've halfway charged the kick sonic boom, finish charging the kick sonic boom by halfway charging the punch sonic boom, and then you activate it here, then you finish charging the punch sonic boom and you halfway charge the kick sonic boom, and then you throw the fireball here and then finish charging the kick sonic boom and now halfway charge the punch sonic boom, etc., etc. That's why it works. It is not what you're doing with Guile and, you know, charging as soon as I can by hitting, you know, by doing forward back plus punch to make the sonic boom come out. So my next sonic boom is charging at the very first frame. That's just efficient charging. It's not the same thing. Remy's has to be done with two special moves. I cannot do that trick with only punch sonic booms. It is impossible. The only reason why it works is because these are two different special moves. And it is treated as two different special moves. That's the only reason why that works. So anytime anybody says, oh, you know, I taught him how to charge partition in Super Turbo, or oh, that was excellent charge partitioning. It's not charge partitioning. This doesn't exist in any other Street Fighter game. Like, literally doesn't exist in any other Street Fighter game. So I can do something like, and see, like, normally I'd have to go, right? But I can go, and then still get it. Oh, God. I'm not holding down long enough at all. Like so, right? So like, because each of those crouches are charging a little bit. I wonder how fast I can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. So I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The hardest part about it is if you accidentally charge the whole thing, then you erase your charge when you let go. So if I charge fully like this, and then I stand up and go back down, I lose the charge. Again, you could only break apart the actual charging portion, not after you finish charging. Once you finish charging, if you let go, you lose the charge. So I can't do that. But I can do, whoops, that, right? Because I'm breaking up the actual charging portion of the move. But if I actually finish charging and then I do this, you can't flash kick anymore. So that's the differences right there. So the Remy one is basically the first sonic boom you do is forward to back, and then you press the button. And then you do the same thing again with the second one, except you switch to the other button. So I use medium punch and medium kick. And then once you get that off twice like this, you've pretty much staggered them, because what happens is when you go forward to back and start charging again and you throw the punch sonic boom, when you let go and hit back, you're charging for the kick sonic boom, because as long as I've held back and I've charged up for both sonic booms, as soon as I let go, remember I told you the charge erases. But if I do forward back and then punch like this, I actually start charging for the kick sonic boom ever so slightly before I start charging for the punch sonic boom, because I hit forward back and then I press punch. So as soon as I press punch, whatever charge I've had for, when I throw the punch sonic boom, it starts the charge over again. But I've already hit back so that I'm charging for the kick sonic boom ever so slightly before the punch sonic boom now. So I've shifted my charge times. And if I can throw a sonic boom in that period right there where my punch hasn't finished charging, but my kick sonic boom has finished charging, now I start the shift. So you do forward, back plus punch, and then you do the same thing with kick, and now you basically just do forward to back, forward to back, forward to back, sonic boom all day, and now you just do this all day like this. Basically is what it is. And I would love to have this actually come back, to be honest with you. I kind of like charge partitioning, but it's too complicated and would probably mess up a lot of people. Whoops. Ah! Is it actually just... Oh God, I can't get the timing anymore. I think I'm doing it too late is what it is. Actually, wait, how does this work here? Oh, that's right, because you can't throw, yeah, right, sorry. Yeah, you can't have two sonic booms on the screen at once. I was doing it too early. And as long as you maintain it, you can just basically do it forever. So like I said, if you heard me just say that, because someone asked, so FHD asked and NMX asked. So like I said, you just have to do forward to back, and then press the strong button as soon as you get back there. And that means you start charging for the kick sonic boom ever so briefly before you finish the punch one. And then by the time you get to the second one, it all just kind of flows naturally at that point. And that's how it works. So yeah, with the EX version, you can do that for sure. Like, I'm not sure how to do it exactly. Oops. Shoot. Ah. Again, it's a very difficult technique. And which is why it's not something that's coming back anytime soon. I like it because I like execution. So yeah, you can do stuff like that. But that's what charge partitioning is. So like everything else, so like even if you go, for example, to let's see here. There we go. Stop here. So even if you did something like, God, can I even still do this? I don't even know if I can still do this, but let's try. God, this game is loud. Holy crap. Okay. Sure, Street Fighter 4. It's funny how this game actually isn't full screen by default.
Street Fighter 4!
Why is this game so loud? Why is this game so loud? Jesus Christ. Chill, Street Fighter 4. Chill. Isn't there an option for like being completely windowed or something? Or is that up here? No? Can't you make it do... Isn't there a full window option here? Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you. I'm so confused. I could have sworn there was a way to do this. Or do I just have to... Do I have to change this to 1920 to 1080? Is that the only way you can do it? Huh? Oh God. Oh man, alright, whatever. I don't care. I'm just gonna play it like this because... Again, yay PC gaming here. Does the Alt-Enter work for this? I don't think it does. I don't think Alt-Enter would work for a game, does it? Well, I guess it does. Okay. Well, there you go. I still hate the select screen. I really, really wish that they would change the select screen. I literally like drew up an entire like way to redo the select screen, which would have been so good. Super Turbo is very jank, yes. It is super jank. Let's see here. Revenge Gauge, Infinite, Super Combo Gauge, Infinite, whatever. Stun, none. Normal, okay, stand, blah, blah, blah. So even when you did stuff like the what was it, the flash kick into the, oh God. I think you had to, no? Is this the only way to restart it? Yeah, I think it was. I think, you know, in order to do this combo here, like in order to basically get the Sonic Hurricane out, you know, you had to, you're basically taking advantage of the window of the amount of time you have before you actually activate the Sonic Hurricane. I forgot you have to hit all 3 buttons. I was doing 2. I was doing 2. Sorry. You actually have to, you know, you basically have like a long window before you can activate it like that, right? And so if you can actually get the dash in there, you can actually get the Sonic Hurricane out fast enough, if I'm not mistaken. Come on. I remember having to do this. I was never very good at this. There it is. I say that and I always get it like right afterwards. So basically you just have to do it as fast as humanly possible. But when you do the flash kick, you go to up back, right? And so that's one of the main things here. When you do the flash kick, you go to up back. And by going to up back, you keep the Sonic Hurricane charge. So just because I flash kick doesn't mean I eliminate the Sonic Hurricane charge. I go to up back, so I'm still charged for the Sonic Hurricane the entire time. Oh damn, I was just too slow. Oh Jesus. Oh, I dashed too early. I dashed too early. God, what was there a secret to make it so that they didn't fall over? Did I just have to be at a far range? Got it! Let's go! And so again, there's no actual charge partitioning in here. There's literally no charge partitioning in this because I'm just maintaining the charge. I've never lost the Sonic Hurricane charge. I've never lost the Sonic Hurricane charge. Okay, that wasn't a combo, but that was a combo. Yep. God. Jesus. Ah! Okay, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not gonna get lost in the combo sauce here. Why is... Oh. Is that... There's actually a too early you can hit it. That's really... God. God, I hate the fact that you can't reset this training mode very well. I have to hold the FADC a lot longer anyway. Like that. I'm conflating my inputs over here, unfortunately. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. See, and again, you know, just as a side note to everybody, when you actually learn how to do when you actually learn how to do combos and stuff like that, most of the time, if you don't grasp what you're doing wrong, like literally all I said was, I'm not holding the thing long enough, I'm conflating the parts, I'm going too fast, and if you know what's causing you the problem, that's usually a lot better to solving your combo issues. Oh, I accidentally did. Oh, and I only hit 2 punches. Jesus. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna stop. Well, of course, with the pressure of a real match, it's gonna be way harder. I backdash by accident. Oh, can you do that in this game? No, you can't. Okay. I don't know why I backdashed then. But again, in my opinion, that's kind of what makes it more fun, right? Like doing it in the pressure of a real match is kind of what makes it fun, honestly. Like that to me is what makes it so that it's really enjoyable to do. I don't think that worked. Oh, it did. There you go. But anyways, yeah, so that's charge partitioning. So again, if anybody ever says anything about charge partitioning in a Street Fighter game or any Capcom game, that it's not third strike. And I mean it by not third strike because you couldn't charge partition in New Generation or Second Impact either, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm correct on that one. I'm pretty sure you can't even charge partition in those games. I think this is only a third strike, it's only a third strike mechanic. Literally, that's it. So if anybody ever says anything about charge partitioning in a Street Fighter game or any Capcom game, and it's not Third Strike, it's not actual charge partitioning. Charge partitioning is something completely different. It's breaking up the charge into chunks so that you can do stuff in between while charging. But again, once you finish charging, which a lot of the times is where people mention charge partitioning, like, oh, they did charge partitioning when this person fully charged up, you know, and did this flash kick into this. Like, if you fully charged up, you're not doing really charge partitioning anymore. So it has to be very, very specific to Third Strike. It's the only time charge partitioning has existed in any of the Capcom fighting games. So the closest thing is that in CVS2, Just Defending maintained charges, which was really, really funny. But again, that's not even breaking up the charge. It's just maintaining a charge and not breaking it up into pieces. So if I finish charging a flash kick with Guile and someone does some super long like sequence on me, like let's say, Morrigan does the darkness illusion, or let's just say Chun-Li does lightning legs on me, right? If I stand up and parry the just defend, if I stand up and just defend Chun's lightning kicks and go just defend, 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 I can still hit up and kick and get the flash kick. Like, it just still comes out because just defending doesn't erase the charge timing, so that way they can actually do just defense and still get their flash kick move, or just defend and still get their sonic boom move. So that was just something they put in there specifically to help just defend out to be able to still do stuff after that. So just defend, just defend, just defend, just defend, just defend, just defend, just defend. Yeah, exactly. So that's charge partitioning. I'll see if my editor can cut it down into something very briefly that makes it make a lot more sense. And editor, if you want me to record extra footage for that so that I can show off the thing that I just talked about, like with CVS2 or anything else, or if you feel like I can do more so that we can do more for it outside of maybe just making it a short, let me know. But outside of that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for a night today. I did want to do a couple of other things here, but I'm just going to save it for another time. So, Stan HP flash kick. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, when I told stories about me doing training mode and I was doing the thing where, like, when I didn't have training mode on the Super Nintendo and I was, using my big toe to see if I could make the dummy block or the second player block in time, to see if I was doing combos. It was almost all standing flash kick combos. So I would do jump fierce, and then I would hold, the down block with my toe, and I would do jump fierce, low jab, link into stand strong into flash kick, and stuff like that. That's what I was doing most of the time. So, do I ever stream or teach the Wolves? So I was just doing that a while ago because I was doing a bunch of Chun-Li combos. So I was recording a bunch of like just ridiculous Chun-Li combos, but the trick for City of the Wolves, there's a lot of tricks to learn in this game that will help you a lot, Mike Jones. And so the initial ones I'll teach you is, the button hold technique that they talk about in the tutorial, I believe. Get good at that, because double tapping in this game, I don't know what it is, doesn't work very well. So button hold, you have to learn how to do the button hold technique to get everything reversal. And a lot of juggles are one frame juggles, and so you can't actually get the juggle unless it's perfect reversal timing. And the button hold technique will actually work really, really well. My YouTube link is because I don't think the game has negative edge, so I think that's why double tapping doesn't work very well. But actually, if you just do this is my channel. I have a couple of City of the Wolves videos there. I have a couple of, oh God, is it still say Ultra Chen TV? Holy crap. I need to update that. Give me 1 second here. Holy crap, because that is not the channel anymore. Oh God, Nathan, you are pushing on my mouse again. You are pushing on the mouse, and it is so hard for me to use anything. Let's see. Oh God. Okay. Custom commands. Here we go. Let's see. YouTube. Nathan, I cannot use my mouse very well here. Okay. Nathan. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Nathan. Oh, cutie. Cutie. Let's see here. So if I actually do this and I go YouTube now, that should say J Chenzor. And if I do this as well, that should say J Chenzor. See if there's anything else here that's out of date. Nope, everything else seems about right. I'll have to go through this some other time. So, Ricky's instant air legs trick. Are you talking about the Tiger Knee version, basically? Are you talking about Tiger Knee? But yeah, basically, learn how to do the button hold technique because it helps a lot in that game. The other main thing that I will add as a little bit of an execution help is that understand that if you are walking forward, if you ever try to do a fireball, you will come out with the DP. And it's very, very kind of annoying, right? So if you walk forward and then do fireball, you'll come out with the uppercut every single time. So, yeah, the actually tiger kneeing moves is a key execution thing that you have to learn in this game. If you know what, shoot, let's do this. I still keep in contact with David every once in a while. We obviously don't talk all the time. But we definitely, hey, thank you for the follow, Archer Carter. But if I come over here and I do, oh, Nathan, oh my God, you're being so cute. Oh, I know you're trying to be adorable. You're trying to be adorable here. No, half circle forward doesn't work well enough at all. Like, it just doesn't work well enough to me. Oh, was David on the stream? Oh. He was on the stream a few streams ago. Yeah. That's fine, Archer Carter. I have no complaints about that. So, for example, let's say I'm using Mr. Bogard here.
Let's have fun.
If you walk forward and do a fireball, like let's say I want to walk up and do power wave, right? If I want to walk up and do power wave like this, most of the time, wait, he's not a good example. If I want to walk up and do the shoulder attack, okay, you know what? I'm switching to a different character because it's better to have a concrete example here. That's much better. Let's just do Ken. We'll just do Ken because easy example here. I mean, I can talk about basketball forever, dude, like seriously. But like, you know, obviously if I walk forward and try to throw a fireball, you're gonna come out with a DP. And as you can see, I tend to do fireballs as a half circle by habit. Like, I don't know why I'm really bad at just doing fireballs as a regular fireball motion. But like, trying to walk up and throw a fireball comes out with this is really annoying, especially because if you have a forward button like this, and like, let's say I want to cancel that into a fireball, right? Like on block, like so, if I do it as fast as possible here, a lot of the times it'll come out with a DP that I don't want. I'm surprised it's coming out with a Hadouken so consistently right now. Oh, because I do the fix a lot by accident when I cancel. That's right. Because I accidentally do the fix. But yeah, if I hold forward and then I hit and I want to do fireball, I'll come out with a DP. So if my opponent, for example, is blocking and I just want to do this, whoops, and I just want to do that and I die, right? Because I want to do fireball here. But a lot of times if you just try to do a fireball, you'll come out with that. So the one thing that you want to actually fix, Mike Jones, is that if you're ever walking forward and you do want to do a fireball, make sure you tiger knee the move, right? So in other words, if I hold forward, I do down, down, forward, forward, up, forward in the button. And that comes out as a fireball. Now, this has nothing to do with pre-jump frames or whatever. It's just something they put in the game. Because obviously I can't jump cancel forward heavy punch into a jump, but that input still works. They just have it so that if you do a tiger knee input, it will always come out with quarter circle forward. This is also true in KOF 15 as well. This is just an SNK thing. If you just do fireball, you will always come out with the DP. Always, if you're holding forward ahead of time. Now, if I'm just standing still, you know, like if I'm just standing still, obviously I can fireball just by doing the motion. But if there's a forward in front of it and you ever do quarter circle forward, you will always come out with the DP. So you have to learn how to tiger knee your moves when you're walking forward. So that is a very, very important thing to learn. Yeah, it's every character is this way. So even if I have this, which is, you know, the Dragon Lash, and I have quarter circle forward plus kick, if I try to do quarter circle forward plus kick, I'm going to come out with Dragon Lash. Because it's just the way the game is built. Right? So I have to tiger knee this as well to get the Jinrai. To make sure I get the quarter circle forward instead of the DP. So it's the same with every character. Every character is like this in this game. The last thing that I will recommend to you, Mike Jones, to make life super, super, super easy, to make your life so much better, is, you know, if you're doing a button layout like this, right? I don't know if you're on a stick or on a pad or whatever, but make sure you set a 6th button to rev guard and heavy kick at the same time. So if you look at button config over here, you will always have the option for feint here as heavy kick and rev guard, right? Because that's how you do a feint. Normally you do a feint by pressing those 2 buttons like this, right? And so this is how you do a feint. So the reason why you want to do this, and I'm going to do something over here because Ken is a bad example of this. So let's go to Gato. And you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to my custom Gato color because that's fun. So you're on pad. This will still apply to you on pad. But the reason why is because feint cancels are very important, right? So what you're going to find out is like being able to do this, and it's always going to be forward feint. Like obviously I have 3 different feints here like this, right? But forward feint is almost always universally the fastest feint, right? So if I hit you with this heavy punch, I'm only +7. But if I do heavy punch into forward feint, I'm now +8. And my crouching heavy punch is 8 frames. So I can do forward into feint into crouch heavy punch like this. Whoops. Like that. And that's a 2-hit combo. And that lets me do cool extensions off of this, right? So you want to learn how to do feint combos like that. And if you give yourself just 1 button to do it, it's much easier. But there's another reason why you do this, is because every character also has DP in the feint, right? Anyone who has a DP has the, like if I do DP, you do this, right? But what you're doing is DP into break. Remember, people with special moves. So for example, I can, what's a good example? What's a good move that I have that has a break? I can't remember right now. I mean, besides this move, obviously, because this move I can break, right? So I can do this and break. So everybody has break attacks. Oh, it's only on my heavy one, right? And so also my EX one here, which launches, which then lets me, you know, do cool things or whatever like this and blah, 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 blah. But the thing about it is, to do a break, it's just hit rev guard. All you need to do is hit rev guard. So if I do quarter circle back heavy kick and plus rev guard, I will do a break. And it's really important for DP breaks so you can get cool juggles, right? So I can do, oops, he died. So I can do stuff like, you know, I can do stuff like, you know, DP break into this juggle into cool shit, right? Like that's how you extend combos in this game, is by doing DP break. But since all you have to do to break is to press the rev guard button, because you assigned your feint to that extra 6th button, which is rev guard and a heavy kick, you can use that button for your breaks as well. So now when I want to do a feint cancel and a break, which are two different mechanics, I just need to use one button. So I use that button for the feint, and I use that same button. Oh God, he died. All right, I gotta switch him to stop dying like this. Hang on. Health auto recover. There we go. So I can use that button for a feint combo as well as the break combo, because they feel kind of like the same thing. And then I can do stuff like that. And by assigning it to one button, it just makes your life that much easier. Because normally you break, but you feint by hitting heavy kick and rev at the same time, and you break either by doing, what was it? I think it's 2 light, like you can hit both lights, see? You can do that, or you just do rev guard, right? Either one of those leads into a break. But if you just assign one button to be heavy kick and rev guard, it does the feint cancel and the break for you. And it just makes it a lot easier that every time you know you need to do some weird combo extension that requires feint or break, that you just use the same button. It makes it so much easier on your brain. And also because you can only break special moves and you can only cancel into feints from normals, there is no point at which in a combo you can do both a break and a feint at the same time. There's no point in this game in which you can do a break or a feint, because you can only break special moves and you can only cancel normals into feints. And as a result, there is no point at any time in the game which you are doing these combos in which pressing this button will give you the wrong thing. Because again, normals only cancel into feints and you can't break a normal, and you can break special moves, but you can never do a special move into a feint. So there is no point in which when you press this single button that you will get not the thing that you want. It will always do what it is that you want it to do. So by assigning a 6th button to being both, to do the heavy kick plus rev, in other words, the feint, you will always get what you want at all times. And you only need to know one button for both of these combo extension mechanics. And because both combo extension mechanics feel kind of similar, it just makes your life that much easier. So that's the other really, really important thing that I like to teach people in terms of City of the Wolves. So your 6 buttons should always be a feint. Even if you use no other buttons, make sure your 6 button is feint so that it works for both feint cancels and for breaks. So that's it. Oh yeah, your button config is full. Yeah, but like I said, I recommend that. The other things that I do is I usually set the button on the very top right where 3 punches is. I usually set that to throw because holding forward and hitting rev guard makes you dash. And so if you have it set to throw, it's a lot easier to do dash throw because you just have that button next to it. In training mode, I have it set to reset, so I can't show you that right now. And then the last button you can set to whatever you want. I just have it set to high dodge and low dodge attack, although I almost never use that for a high dodge, low dodge attack. I usually just hit the 2 buttons for it, honestly. But also, I haven't played the game enough versus-wise to really like build the muscle memory, etc., for the high dodge and low dodge attack. But I do plan to play this game a lot more pretty soon. So like hopefully I can get more into the game and stuff like that. So, but those are my 3 biggest advices right there. Is that make sure you know the tiger knee so that you can. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me just show you this as well while I'm here.
Let's do this.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things that different games have, but again, like if you for example, if I did like with Rock, if I did this and I wanted to combo into what can he combo into here? Okay, yeah. So if I want to do feint into the heavy shoulder here, right? So I want to do regular uppercut break into shoulder here. Like if you double tap, like it's gonna miss a lot, right? You're just gonna end up in situations where you just miss a lot. But again, the button hold technique is really useful because you can hold the button so early. Like listen to me press this. Okay, not that early, but do you hear how early I hit that? And I was holding it forever and it still came out, and it will come out in the very first frame possible. The button hold technique is very strong in this game and will also prevent you from getting a lot of execution errors as well. And will also help you with charge characters too, because there's techniques you can use that for, but that's for another day. But learning how to use the button hold technique is really important for you doing stuff like this. And even for Rev Excel combos, like for example, you can't Rev Excel the first hit of this. You can only Rev Excel the second hit, right? So I can actually do quarter circle back 2 punches and then DB 2 punches like super early. And if I hold it, it still comes out later on. So you can do a lot of cool things like that as well. So there's a lot of very good uses for the button hold technique. Most importantly, in which if you get knocked down and you want to do a reversal when you wake up, if the opponent, for example, does this, right? So if he does this and I try to do a reversal DP, and by the way, don't use Rev versions, only the light version of the DP has invincibility. Like I can miss it, right? But if you use the button hold technique, okay, not that early. It'll come out reversal timing every single time. Okay, not that early. Once you see him start moving, and that also applies, to supers as well. Yeah, that is a super. Okay. I'm actually doing it too early. Bro, am I actually doing it too early or am I messing up my super input? There you go. There it is right there. So, if you want to do reversals, the button hold makes a lot easier to do reversals like so. So those are my 3 biggest tips for early on City of the Wolves players. Learn the button hold technique. Learn how to make sure you tiger knee your fireballs if you're holding forward. Because if you don't know that, you're just going to feel like you're not allowed to throw a fireball while walking forward, after walking forward. And that's going to be like, what, why? Like, this sucks, right? So you have to make sure that you learn the tiger knee thing so you can walk forward and do a fireball move, any sort of quarter circle forward. Same thing works with walking backwards, but there are no reverse DPs in this game, I don't think. So I don't think you have to worry about that. But you have to learn how to do that tiger knee thing. And then the last thing is just make sure you assign feint to a 6th button so you can do feint cancels and breaks with 1 button. And because both of those will largely be used for combo extensions, you never have to remember oh my God, what am I supposed to hit to break? What am I supposed to hit to feint? Like, it's literally just 1 button for both of them. And like I said, both of those moves can never be activated at the same time. So you will never, ever, ever, because again, breaks only work on specials and supers. And so you'll never need to feint during a special or a super. So there's literally 0 crossover between those 2 mechanics. There's never a point at which you'll get one and not the other by mistake. Because at all times that you can break, you can't feint. And at all times you can feint, you can't break. So it works. Okay. Hi. That'll be it for me today. Thank you guys for watching into the wee hours of the night. Rock's D-Shine Super Knuckle Super can be broken, but you can't feint. So it's not a problem. You can break the super, but you can't feint it, so it's not a problem. You'll never... There's no point at which during the Shine Knuckle Super that you want to feint. So again, nothing will ever cross over, ever, ever, ever. So, Street Fighter 6, yeah, I mean, the hold option's really nice, but also in Street Fighter 6, B-Boy, double tapping works super well in Street Fighter 6. So just learn to double tap. Either learn to do the finger roll double tap, which is, you know, this technique right here where you do the, 2 fingers like this. Like, you just learn to space it so you double tap like this. Or you can just do this as well. That doesn't work as well for, like, characters like Marisa, where you have to charge at a reversal timing. But for most part, if you want to do links and stuff like that, the double tapping really works really well. Same thing with special moves. Double tapping works really well in Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 5. Will not work as well in Street Fighter 4. So again, double tapping is for Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 specifically to get reversal timings on normals and reversal timings on specials. Double tapping is for 5 and 6, but not for a lot of the other games. So, but yeah, hopefully, yeah, that's a great thing. Also, yeah, Mike Jones mentions, hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving. Hope you guys all have some cool stuff that you guys are ready to do for Thanksgiving and family and stuff like that. I will be having lunch with my family at my brother's house. My parents will be over, etc., etc. If I get home early enough and I can overcome my ADHD problems and stuff like that, I'll try to stream Thursday night. So if you guys don't have a place to go on Thursday night and just would like to have some company, I am totally down to stream and hopefully, maybe give you guys a place just to hang out or something like that. I might not even play a fighting game. In fact, I actually won the random drawing from Cheap Ass Gamer to get the new Luminous. So maybe I'll just play the new Luminous on Thanksgiving or something like that, which would be awesome. T.Terror, it is Mike Jones, as you can see right here. He is on YouTube and not Twitch. So you're on Twitch, so you don't see it. And so that's what the crazy thing is going on there. Yeah, I can't believe I won that. Like, literally, I never win any of those kind of things, and I won that, so I'm, like, super happy about that. So, But, if you are spending time with family and everything, happy Thanksgiving and have a great time. If you're spending time with friends and loved ones for a Friendsgiving or whatever like that, again, happy Thanksgiving. And, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And finally, if you don't have anyone to spend Thanksgiving with, I'll try to be around. Again, I can't promise anything because also ADHD brain, et cetera, et cetera. But if I can show up, as a place for guys to hang out and just chill and stuff like that, I'll see what I can do, because I also have a lot of organizing and cleaning, and I got a lot of clerical stuff that I told myself I'm going to do all of Friday. So I got to keep myself... God, I got to do that because I have so many things I need to take care of. I have so many invoices that I need to give people, and I got so much shit all over the place, and I need to clean and reorganize. I'm just I'm a mess right now. I am such a mess right now. So hopefully, I can at least take care of some of that this weekend. Oh my God. Nathan's stance is hilarious. What? He's standing with his paws out to the side. Why? Why are you standing like that? It's so cute. Holy crap. Look at him. Why are you standing that way, Nathan? It's so funny. Oh my God. Oh man. Yeah, no problem, Archer Carter. And thank you for the follow and the sub as well. Always appreciate all the support out there. If you guys have anything to give for support in terms of subs or donations or whatever like that, I am always appreciative of it, because life is hard out here for a commentator. Even, yes, Southern California commentators who everyone says must be rich because we get every job. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? Please point me to said jobs, because I certainly don't know about any of these super high-paying Southern California commentary gigs. But it is really, really hard as a commentator these days. I mean, it was actually doable to survive on commentator salary before the pandemic, but after the pandemic, it just all disappeared, basically. Because obviously, they just changed up the way that they did everything, and two, because online got so good, a lot of tournaments are just run online now. So they don't fly me out to all the different Capcom Cup events and stuff like that anymore. So we just do a lot of things remotely now, and all the things that we do remotely, there's not much pay in them, man. They're literally not much pay. Coding jobs. So the hardest part about coding right now is that I enjoy coding. I like coding. I like the process of coding. I like creating everything. All of my friends who are in coding right now says that most coding is done basically via AI now. You're just I need a function. I need a class that does this, and then AI spews it out for you, and you go through it and just make sure that it's doing what you kind of wanted to do, and then you'd be like, no, I didn't want it to do this. Change this constructor to do this, and then it'll do that. And that's where a lot of freaking coding has gone this point. You still need the coders, so the AI isn't taking the job, but it's just that's not what I want to do as a coder. That's not what I learned. That's not what I enjoy out of coding. I like creating the whole thing and coming up with how I want to do this and thinking about this and that and stuff. But again, because coding is such a finite, not finite, but the goals that you want out of your code are very definable, that, being creative doesn't necessarily make you a better coder. And in fact, AI will probably try to find ways to make it more efficient, less processing intensive. And so, AI might just be the better way to do it. So I don't kind of want to, dude, C++ is crazy now. I tried to do, I was trying to help Mike in some, Olaf in some C++ classes, and I was just what the hell? What are all these new, iterator classes and doing all, I was what is happening here? It's it's so different. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. So, but thank you, Forrest, and thank you, Jules, as well. Thanksgiving with Jay Chenzor and Kitties, I'm down. I'll try my best. Like I said, I can't guarantee anything because my ADHD sucks and I don't have any medication for it right now. So one of the reasons why I even started late today is because I was just having, I literally just like fell asleep in the middle of the day because when I don't have my ADHD meds, I just feel sleepy all the time. It's really weird. I don't like it. But in any case, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And like I said, hopefully you all have a great Thanksgiving. And, you know, potentially maybe I'll see you guys on Thanksgiving if I can get around to making sure I stream on that day. But otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your guys' support. I hope you enjoy the content as, you know, as kind of very different than a lot of other FGC channels that stream fighting game stuff. So, you know, I hope you guys enjoy it. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
let me see if there's anybody I can raid. Before you guys go anywhere, let me see if there's anybody I can raid just to say hi and just to support other people, because that is the kind of thing you want to do. Street Fighter 6. A lot of Japanese streamers, but I think a lot of them are doing fine. Let me see if I can find any English streamers here that could use a nice little boost in viewership here. Boy, there's a lot of Japanese guys streaming right now. Holy crap. I mean, this is just an indication of just how popular this game is in Japan right now. It's crazy. Hey, you know what? Freakmaster always supports me all the time, so I'm gonna send you guys over to him, okay? Tell him I said hi, and I'll talk to you guys later. Peace, guys, and take care.
God damn it, Corsa, go back. Stop doing it, Corsa, go back.
See you guys. Hey, look, fighting games is salt,
feels
man.
So awkward for a kick to have Corsa go forward.
Fighting games are
Corsa
salt.
used to show us having Corsa go forward.
And I totally understand
punch,
that
never
change.
Corsa go
All right.
kick.
I mean, I understand
Feels
being confused by that
extremely
change.
awkward.
Anyways, peace out. See you guys. Bye.
Yeah, because this is straight up just like a focus attack, right?